Hello, Luis, and thank you so much for, of course, joining us live here in Caracas. You have joined us as the leaders are holding their private meeting as we speak. This is a momentous development for the bloc, of course, a 10-member bloc called ALBA-TCP, the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our America, People's Trade Treaty. The leaders, of course, meeting for the 24th summit, but also celebrating today the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of the creation of that bloc called ALBA. It is a momentous development, of course, for this bloc. So what's happening now is that the leaders are meeting privately. They will then emerge for the family photo, and as well they will also have a public meeting as well, which will be, of course, carrying live for you on TeleSUR, of course, giving you full coverage, comprehensive coverage of what's taking place here as well. All right, so quite a bit of anticipation now building for that. Of course, photographers, there is a gaggle of media individuals who are waiting there patiently for the leaders to emerge from their private talks, of course, for that iconic family photo, which of course will be remembered long into the future. It will be for posterity. The leaders will remember that at 20 years of the 20th anniversary of this bloc coming into being, they gathered here in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, to of course hold crucial discussions on geopolitics, the challenges that they're facing as a bloc, and the opportunities that can emerge as well. The world is facing several geopolitical uncertainties, what with what's taking place in the Middle East, with the challenges facing Gaza, what's also taking place, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Of course, President Trump will emerge for his second term as president next month as well. And he has promised already that there may be tariffs, new tariffs, which will be imposed on goods coming in from from Mexico and Canada, as well as additional tariffs on goods from China as well. So quite a bit of geopolitical uncertainty. But there are opportunities as well for this bloc to further cement its partnership. And what has been tried here in relation to ALBA-TCP is what has never been tried before in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of an integration movement. This integration movement is based on the people at the center, not so much the issues of commerce and trade, but it is about a people-centered approach to integration and development. It is a social element, and that has differentiated and demarcated this grouping, this movement, this integration movement, from others that we have seen in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is about a people-centered approach, and that's what the leaders are discussing now. It's about social cohesion, it's about solidarity, it's about inclusiveness, it's about complementarity, taking into account the specific areas of interest and the peculiarities facing each of those countries. Because bear in mind, we're talking about Venezuela and Cuba, of course, which are founding members of ALBA. But there have been others in Latin America and the Caribbean, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and of course 6 countries in the Eastern Caribbean, Antigua, Barbuda, as well as Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as St. Lucia, and Dominica. So clearly there are asymmetries in relation to the size of the countries. The Eastern Caribbean countries, perhaps over 100,000 on average for their populations, much bigger populations in Latin America, of course, with Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Bolivia. But they're bearing in mind that despite these asymmetries, they can work together, they can be social cohesion, they can have the people at the center of this development. What has happened so far, Luis, is that President Nicolas Maduro, who is of course hosting the summit, has met with leaders. He's welcomed them personally, he's greeted them warmly, and of course members of the prime ministers and presidents were very, very well warmly greeted as they entered here on the red carpet just behind me. And of course he met them there and greeted them warmly as well. President of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel, there was a long discussion between himself and President Nicolas Maduro as they looked, I'm pretty sure, at the potentialities, the possibilities for further collaboration, further cooperation in this grouping. There's also a crucial element that will unfold here as well, and that is that the state of Palestine is being represented at this summit. Palestine, as we would have reported yesterday, one of the issues that emerged from the working meeting was that from Jorge Ariaza, who is the executive secretary of ALBA-TCP, as well as Venezuela's foreign minister Ivan Gil, they both spoke about the importance of embracing the the cause of Gaza, because they're saying that there are other areas of injustice in the world, but Gaza is almost the epicenter of injustice, and they figure that it's important to embrace the cause of Gaza, because every time they say a bomb falls on Gaza, it doesn't only fall on the people of Palestine, but it also falls on the people of the world, humanity. The collective humanity is injured by those bombs which are falling in Gaza. So that will be a crucial element of the discussions here, how to ensure that there is solidarity with the Palestinian people who are facing ongoing crises and ongoing humanitarian tragedy over there in Gaza, and of course other particular challenges which are seen to be caused by imperialism, caused by the hegemony of the West. The leaders here will rail against that and will solidify their position as well. The leaders here as well will also again call for an end to the sanctions, to the unilateral coercive measures taken against Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua in particular. They will indicate that this is an injustice that has to be stopped, and it is important that the world pay attention to this as well. One thing is crucial, as I go back over to you, Louis, is a point that was made by Ivan Gil, the foreign minister for Venezuela. He said yesterday that ALBA-TCP must be positioned as a force, a powerful multilateral and geopolitical actor in this new age. It's a new dispensation where there are so many uncertainties. And it says ALBA-TCP must let its voice be heard, must position itself as that powerful geopolitical actor. We expect that that will emerge as the declaration coming out of this 24th summit, which is, of course, marking 20 years of ALBA-TCP. Back over to you, Louis.
Garfield, before letting you go, I have a quick question. As you were saying, ALBA, one of the key aspects is that it's people-centered. Yesterday, the Social Movement Council were debating and bringing everything up to speed ahead of this important summit that is taking place today among the heads of states and government. How do you describe everything, how it has worked so far coming up to this point, and what can we expect coming after the summit in that final declaration?
Indeed, yes, you're absolutely right. So there were some social movements which have been meeting ahead of course, the summit taking place today, and social gatherings, social movements from across the Caribbean and beyond as well, who've been having those discussions, and they're looking towards unifying their positions, solidifying their the areas of commonality, the areas of common interest among them. Of course, we heard earlier from one of those social movements, which is the trade union movement from Trinidad and Tobago. We heard from the Oil Field Workers Trade Union in the Twin Island state of Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So there is that coalescing, that coming together of the social movements across the region and across the world as well. And they see this as an important opportunity, an important point, an important inflection point to let their voices be heard and to, of course, channel their positions through the leaders here of the ALBA-TCP movement. So far, those discussions took place yesterday. There was also, of course, the working meeting that I mentioned, attended by Ivan Gil, the foreign minister for Venezuela, and also Jorge Arriaza, who is, of course, the executive secretary of ALBA-TCP. They engaged in crucial discussions. CELAC also represented here. That's the community of Latin American and Caribbean states. They will hold crucial discussions alongside the leaders of ALBA-TCP as well. So there is that coming together, that common interest that has been expressed by so many of not only the leaders of ALBA-TCP, Louis, but also the social movements and the blocs like CELAC, which is also celebrating an anniversary this year as well, coming together of their positions, indicating that it is important as an inflection point to let their voices be heard in this new geopolitical order. So far, things have gone very, very smoothly. Things have gone very, very well here in Caracas, Venezuela. And it's expected that the summit, the open part of the summit, the public session of the summit, which will be carried live here on TeleSUR, will be just as smooth, just as seamless. And of course, we'll be hearing from the leaders of the 10 members who comprise ALBA-TCP. In addition, we expect to hear, as we said, a significant focus on the Palestinian cause. As I was said yesterday by Ivan Gil, that has to be given priority because it is the one challenge, the one ongoing humanitarian crisis in the world that demands the world's attention, that is seen as a blight on humanity because it has not been able to address this issue up until now. Back over to you, Louis.
Thank you, Garfield, for the information. Of course, we'll stay tuned for everything that is going to happen in the next couple of minutes. In the next minutes, we will have all those statements from the heads of states of government live here on our signal. Thank you for the moment, Garfield. Well, like this, we have come to the end of this news brief. You can find these and many other stories on our website, TeleSUR English. of the president of Cuba. This is a live image we're getting from Caracas after the closed meeting. If we go to the agenda, the heads of states, once they arrive here, they were to have a closed meeting where they will be discussing all the important issues, the challenges, and the strategies that they will be intake and other projects that they would implement coming to this 24th ALBA-TCP summit. ALBA-TCP summit that comes also in the framework of the 20th anniversary of the Bolivarian Alliance of Peoples of Our America, People's Trade Treaty. So right now, after they leave the room where they had this closed meeting ahead of the plenary session, the heads of states and governments are going through the exposition of 20 years of achievements of ALBA-TCP. That's the room that you saw them enter right now that we're seeing on our images. Them entering where there is a display of all the achievements, all the success that the Alliance has had in these 2 decades of history in different fields like the social field, in the education with the operation, with the mission, Yes We Can, which erased illiteracy in countries such as Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Bolivia. Also in terms of health, many achievements have been gained there with the miracle operation, which returns sight to over 5 million people to date so far and continues to bring the joy of sight to so many people from low-income regions in the region that they wouldn't have normally access to these kind of surgeries, and thanks to these projects they have now, as well as the training of hundreds and hundreds of doctors, thousands of doctors in the international Latin American schools of medicines with campuses in Havana, in Cuba, and in Venezuela, where doctors are trained that then they go and work for law in those regions that they don't have access to health facilities. In many places, when doctors get there, they've never seen a doctor in their lives. So we're seeing the live images in Caracas as the head of states and representatives of governments that are gathered here of all 10 member states and Haiti and Palestine as special guests. They are getting ready for the photo op of the event. We are seeing the images of all the journalists that are here for this important, very important summit that comes in the 20th anniversary at a crucial point for ALBA-TCP as it continues to work and strive for the strengthening of the region. After this photo op that is about to take place in just a couple of minutes, we are seeing there the heads of states taking their spot as they prepare for the photo of the event, for the official photograph. Following from here, they will go to the main stage, to go to the main plenary session where they will sit and they will address each of the representatives will have a moment to address the plenary, and of course we will have all those speeches live here in TeleSUR. So stay tuned for that to be up to date on everything, the latest that is happening, and all the events that are coming afterwards with the different declarations that are to be approved and are going to be read following the statements of the heads of states and government in this 24th ALBA-TCP summit of heads of states and government in the framework of this 20th anniversary that comes in a moment in the social context in the world that geopolitics are very hectic and things is very uncertain. It's a moment of great uncertainty. So that is why it's a great moment for the peoples of the region and the world, if possible, coming together to face these challenges that are being faced today as the climate crisis, which is on the table of discussions, the development of the people, inequality, to not leave anyone behind, as well as, of course, something that is going to be on the agenda and is going to be given top priority, not only because an ambassador or a representative of Palestine is here, but because it's probably the worst humanitarian crisis that history can remember, that we can remember right now. The genocide that is happening in Gaza, which is something that is going to be something that's going to be up front here to bring an end to that genocide that is happening, where thousands and thousands of women and children have died so far, and even today they continue to die in Israeli genocidal attacks in Gaza. For now, we're going to continue with our regular programming, but stay tuned with TeleSUR English as we'll have all the updates of everything that is happening in this Paramount Summit that is being held in Caracas, the 24th ALBA-TCP Summit of Heads of States and Government. Stay tuned.
De lo que será esta jornada de trabajo, estará entonces allí una composición
somos la luz que nos guía, somos fuerza y hermandad.
Somos el alba. Ay, somos fuerza y hermandad con la espiritualidad que tiene la gente mía. Somos el alba.
Ay, son 20 años de andanza, son 20 años de andanza que cuenta su fundación.
Somos el alba. Ay, que cuenta su fundación, siendo un mismo corazón que late con esperanza. Somos el alba.
Ay, en la unión está la fuerza y en la unión está la fuerza, si lo digo, si voy.
We are witnessing the opening ceremony of the 24th summit of the ALBA-TCP that is being held in Caracas, Venezuela. There is an approach to the culture of the 10 members of the ALBA-TCP. At this moment, there is music, there is a symbolic moment for this opening ceremony. Let's recall that ALBA-TCP is made up of Venezuela, Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Grenada. On this occasion, there are two special guests, which are the representatives of the government of Honduras and also of Palestine. There is going to be discussions, key discussions regarding the international complex scenario, especially the war of Israel perpetrated in Palestine for over a year, and also the urgent topic of climate change and other remarkable issues. Also, ALBA-TCP is made up of Presidential Council, which is the highest decision-making authority of the alliance, and by the political, social, economic and social movement councils. Its objective is to achieve comprehensive development, ensure social equality, and contribute to guarantee the quality of life, good living, independence, self-determination, and identity of the peoples. We are seeing a whole spectrum of music, dances, rhythms, colors of Latin America perform in this opening ceremony of the 24th ALBA-TCP Summit, which coincides with the 20th anniversary of the creation of this integration and unity mechanism. The roots of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our Americas Peoples Trade Treaties, ALBA-TCP, can be found in the Charter of Jamaica, 1815, when Simón Bolívar established the doctrine of unity and sovereignty of the countries that gained independence from colonial power. Let's listen to some music now.
Somos el ALBA, composición musical inédita para celebrar los 20 años del ALBA-TCP. Compositores: Francisco Pacheco, Javier Marín y Dalmiro Malaver. Una fusión entre la Orquesta Sinfónica Francisco de Miranda, la vibrante energía de la música afro-latinoamericana y caribeña. En las voces de
the voices of Francisco Pacheco, directed by Javier Marín, Grupo Ensamble of Venezuela, Symphonic Orchestra, projection audiovisual in commemoration of the 20 years of ALBA-TCP, hug a legacy. There are 4 million people in the world in poverty. We're gonna talk about peace in the name of millions of people that die every year of hunger and diseases. The forests disappear, deserts extend. We're gonna talk about peace in the name of 900 people illiterate, the injustice of capitalism, disequality, the presence of millionaires and poor people, the presence of those who have palaces and those who have still sleep under bridges.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq and to defend the world from grave danger. The United States military has begun strikes against allies.
It was December 1994, and I went to Havana with a heart full of dreams. I believe that ALBA started with a hug. Let's create something, he said. What name would it be? It was the sun going out, and I was thinking, I thought of a name, ALBA. ALBA. And what would it mean? An alternative of Bolivarian people. A Latin American project, an idea of a Hispano-American continent and Caribbean, integrated as just one nation as we are, even with the difficulties that we have with imperialism. We, as the Milagro Mission, we will continue moving forward. Doctors and not bombs. Doctors and not weapons. We feel of all times and all places, and we go as the wind that was planted one day and is growing today. The path is the one to die for an idea. A difficult path is the path of making an idea fulfill. What can we do, and what can the left of Latin America do, is to create conscience for unity. The governments will sign tonight a declaration of ALBA and a bilateral agreement to start the implementation that will make history. That's an alternative project to the ALCA project that wants to be imposed. The next century for us is the century of hope, of resurrection of the Bolivarian dream of Martí, of Latin America. We will live forever, and when we are not physically, we will be with you in the generations to come on this planet. The ideas have to be respected. Bolivar wakes up every 100 years. The strength and there is hope. In Cuba, we say that America, Latin America, united, and we have a free people.
There is plenty of heroism here. There are plenty of people here because Latin America awakens. Latin America rises. And the peoples of Latin America will write in this century the greatest pages of all its history. Next, address by Nicolás Maduro Moros, Constitutional President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Such a beautiful way. We have conceived the public startup of this historic and powerful summit to commemorate 20 years of battles, of victories, and of hopes of the peoples of the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples for Our America. From our America, with our America. I would like to thank for the cultural expressions, beautiful expressions from the Symphonic Orchestra Francisco de Miranda, from the Simon Bolivar Orchestra system, to the boys, girls present here, all of the musicians. great
Son la
applause for
generación
them.
genial, de oro,
They are the golden generation
de la cultura, de la música de
of
nuestra
culture,
América.
of music of America.
Agradecer también a los
I would
compositores
also like to
de
thank
estas dos
the
canciones,
composers of the two
bueno,
songs
a
that
los
were played,
ejecutores
and the executors as well, the composers
de esta canción hermosa que hay que
of these
traducir
very beautiful songs that need to be
a todos
translated
los idiomas,
in every language,
al inglés,
to English,
al francés,
to French,
al portugués
Portuguese,
y a todos los idiomas,
to every language.
porque esta canción lleva la
Because
fuerza
this
del idioma
song
universal, el
has
idioma del
the
amor
force of universal language,
de los pueblos.
the language of love
Agradecer
among the
a
peoples.
Francisco Pacheco, Andrés Nieves,
Thank you, Francisco Pacheco, Andrés Nieves,
a Javier Marín,
Javier
Armando
Marín,
Moreno
Armando Moreno,
y a este cuerpo de bailarines,
and the whole body of
bailarinas,
dancers,
a los tambores. ¿Cómo fue que sonaron esos tambores?
the drums.
Esos tambores llegaron a Junín.
Those drums came to
Esos tambores
Junín.
llegaron a Ayacucho.
They came
Así
to
que
Ayacucho.
cuando suenan las tambores
So when the drums
de
sound
nuestros pueblos
of our
profundos
peoples,
africanos,
of the
son los
African
tambores
people,
de la libertad,
these are the
de la
drums of
esperanza,
freedom,
de la
the
vida, de
drums
la
of
paz.
hope, of life and peace.
Tenía que ser así.
It had to be this way.
Y este hermoso video que deberíamos nosotros compartirnos por
And
las
that
redes
beautiful
sociales,
video, I think it should be
darle
shared
like
via social media, so everybody can
compartirlo.
like it and share it
en todas las redes sociales que hoy
in
existen,
all the social media that we have today,
que son dominantes
which are
y hegemónicas.
ever present, they are
Debemos dar
hegemonic,
la batalla
and we have to
de la
wage a
vida
battle of
y
life,
de la verdad.
and
Y no solo dar la batalla,
not only wage that
ganarla
battle, but
todos los
win
días.
that battle every single
la
day.
batalla en las calles,
The battle on the
en las
streets,
redes,
on the social
en los
media,
medios,
the
en
traditional
las
media,
paredes
on the walls,
y sobre todo en la
and
conciencia, en la
especially
espiritualidad de
in the
nuestro pueblo.
consciousness and the spirituality of our peoples.
Igualmente quiero saludar
I would also like to
Ah.
greet
todas las delegaciones, presidentes,
all of the
primeros
delegations,
ministros,
presidents,
jefes
prime
de
ministers,
delegación
heads of
de
delegations
nuestra hermana Cuba,
of the sister republic of
Bolivia,
Cuba, Bolivia,
Nicaragua,
Nicaragua, Dominica,
Antigua y Barbuda,
Antigua and Barbuda,
San Vicente y las
Saint Vincent and the
Granadinas, San
Grenadines,
Cristóbal y
Saint
Nieves,
Kitts and Nevis,
Grenada,
Grenada,
Santa
Saint
Lucía,
Lucia,
que junto a Venezuela
that
conformamos
with Venezuela
esta poderosa alianza de paz y de
have
vida,
integrated its powerful
cooperación y
alliance
esperanza,
of life, of
de
cooperation, and
presente pero
hope,
sobre todo de futuro.
of present
Y
but
a nuestros
especially
invitados
future.
especial,
And our special guest,
especialísimo, nuestra
very
hermana
special guest,
Haití.
our sister nation of
Un
Haiti.
saludo a Haití. Haití renacerá
Raised to Haiti.
de las
Haiti will be
cenizas.
reborn from the ashes.
Un saludo muy especial a la delegación de
Special
Honduras,
greetings to the delegation
encabezada
of
por su
Honduras,
vicecanciller.
led by the
Saludo a
deputy
la
foreign minister.
presidenta Xiomara
Greetings to the
Castro
president, Xiomara
y al gran
Castro,
líder Mel
and to the
Zelaya.
great leader, Mel
Y
Zelaya.
también está de manera muy especial
And as well, we
presente
have
la delegación
the presence
de Palestina,
of the delegation
compañero
of
Riyad
Palestine,
Maliki,
Riyad Maliki,
asesor internacional, es canciller de
international advisor.
Palestina.
He is the foreign minister of Palestine.
Un saludo al secretario general del
Greetings
ALBA,
to the
compañero Jorge Arriaza.
executive secretary of ALBA, Jorge
También
Arriaza.
he invitado a un conjunto de
I
embajadores,
have also
embajadoras,
invited a group of ambassadors present today,
a los vicepresidentes de gobierno,
the
compañero
vice
Diosdado
presidents of
Cabello,
government,
Héctor
Diosdado Cabello,
Rodríguez,
Héctor
general en jefe
Rodríguez,
Vladimir Padrino,
General-in-Chief,
compañero
Padrino,
Ricardo Menéndez,
Ricardo Menéndez,
vicepresidentes de gobierno,
vice president
revolucionario de
of
Venezuela,
the revolutionary
a la
government of
profesora
Venezuela,
Gabriela Jiménez,
Professor Gabriela
al general
Jiménez,
Jorge Márquez,
General Jorge Márquez,
la vicepresidenta Delcy, no
Vice
vino
President
porque ella no
Delcy
para
could
de
not
viajar.
attend because she's traveling non-stop.
Es demasiado inquieta
She's restless.
y hoy anda recorriendo
So
campos
she is
petroleros
going
en el
through
oriente del país.
oil fields in
Desde
the
aquí le mandamos un
eastern
saludo a la
area of the
compañera
country. So
Delcy
we
Eloína
send
Rodríguez
greetings
Gómez.
to Delcy Eloína Rodríguez Gómez.
También saludo de manera muy especial
A very special greeting as
líderes
well
y lideresas
to the men and women leaders
más de 80
of
movimientos
over
sociales
80 social
de más de
movements
30 países de
from
América
over
Latina y el
30
Caribe
countries of Latin America and the
presentes aquí.
Caribbean present here today.
Líderes de clase obrera,
Leaders
campesinos,
of the working
pescadores,
class,
mujeres,
farmers,
juventudes,
fishermen,
barrios.
youth, women,
Ahí están las banderas,
neighborhoods. We
todas
see
las banderas
all
unidas,
of their flags,
todos
all of their
los
flags
pueblos
united,
unidos
all of the peoples united.
que han desarrollado importantes
They have developed
deliberaciones
very important
en
discussions
estos días de preparación
and deliberations in
de los
preparation
temas a ser decididos hoy
for
en esta
the
cumbre de los 20 años
issues
de la Alianza
that will
Bolivariana
be
para los
decided
Pueblos de
today
América.
in this 24th
También he
summit
invitado de
of
manera muy
ALBA-TCP.
especial
I have
al
also
Estado
invited
Mayor Superior de la Fuerza
the
Armada
higher
Nacional
state of the
Bolivariana,
National Bolivarian
General
Army
Padrino
Forces,
General Hernández Lare,
General Padrino,
a los
General
comandantes del
Hernández Lares, the
Ejército,
commanders
Armada,
of the
Aviación,
Army, the Navy,
Guardia Nacional y
Aviation,
Milicia
National
Nacional
Guard, and
Bolivariana,
National Militia,
a los jefes de la Policía Nacional Bolivariana,
the chiefs of the
en la
National
poderosa
Bolivarian Police,
fusión
in the powerful
popular, militar, policial, revolucionaria
fusion of
y
the people,
bolivariana
the
de Venezuela.
military, and the
Para
police
nosotros
in Venezuela.
es una gran felicidad
For us, it is a
hacer esta cumbre
reason of happiness
donde
to hold this summit
conmemoramos
in which we commemorate
los 20 años
the 20th
de aquel
anniversary
paso gigante
of that giant step
que se dio en La Habana
that was taken in Havana
un 14 de diciembre del año
on December 14,
2004.
2004.
Apenas empezaba este siglo XXI.
21st century was only starting.
Se habían encontrado en La Habana también los comandantes
In
Fidel
Havana,
Castro Ruz
Fidel Castro Ruz
y Hugo Rafael Chávez
and
Frías.
Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías
Con
had
motivo
a counter
de que se estaba cumpliendo 10 años
because
exactos
they were celebrating 10
del
exact
primer
years
abrazo
from the first
que
embrace
se dieron por aquellos días. Una
that
noche
took place
fría
on a
del
very cold
diciembre
night
habanero
on December in Havana,
del 13 de diciembre de
December 13,
1994 y aquella
1994.
madrugada larga y aquel
In a
amanecer
very
del
long
14 de
morning
diciembre
and the
de
sunrise on December 14
1994,
of
en que estos
1994,
dos gigantes
when these two
que encarnaron
giants
y encarnan
who
los
incarnated
sueños
and
históricos
still incarnate
del
the
legado de los
historic
libertadores
dreams
y de
of the
nuestro pueblo
legacy of the liberators and
encontraron
our people.
para unirse ellos
They
para
met
siempre
to be
y para
united
unir los sueños de
forever
combate
and to
antiimperialista y
unite the dreams
anticolonialista
against imperialism
nuestro
and against
pueblo.
colonialism of all of our peoples.
Hemos estado en tiempos de conmemoración.
We have been in times of commemoration.
Tenemos a uno de los testigos de aquel abrazo,
We have one of the witnesses of that embrace,
de aquel encuentro,
that
13,
encounter
14,
on the
15 de
13th,
diciembre,
14th, and 15th of
donde fue el
December,
joven comandante, valiente,
where the young, brave
revolucionario,
commander, revolutionary
sueño de ir
commander,
por
was
primera vez
fulfilling his dream
físicamente
of
a Cuba.
traveling for the
Aunque
first
como
time
él lo
to
dijera,
Cuba.
Había viajado
Although, as
muchas
he
veces
said,
en sueños
he had
a
been
la
there
Sierra
many
Maestra,
times in his dreams,
a La Habana, a Santiago,
to Sierra Maestra, to Havana,
a Pinar
to
del
Santiago, to Pinar del Río.
y se cumplió ese sueño.
So he realized
Fue una
his
invitación
dream
que le hizo
thanks to an
el historiador
invitation
de La Habana,
made by the historian of Havana,
Eusebio Leal,
Eusebio Leal.
y la sorpresa que siempre el comandante Chávez comentaba,
And Commander Chavez
Era
would always
una
said
vez que aterrizó el
that
avión en
when
La Habana,
the plane landed in Havana,
él se disponía a bajar.
he was
Cuando lo
going
llamaron,
to
por
get off
favor,
the plane,
acompáñenos, pero
and they
nadie le
called
dijo,
him,
¿para
please
qué?
come with us, and nobody
usted
told
baje
him
de
why.
primero.
And he said, why?
Cuando se asomó
So
a la
you can leave
ventanilla de la
the
escalera,
plane first. And
del
when he
avión de
looked
la
out the
puerta,
window of the plane,
vio el gigante
he
ya,
saw right at the
al
door
caballo,
the
vestido con su
giant
verde
one,
oliva.
dressed in olive green. He was Fidel Castro Ruz, waiting for him in Cuban soil. So the first time our commander touched Cuban soil, he received the embrace of the giant of the centuries. That man who incarnated the dream, the ideas, as the immortal spirit of José Martí, of Antonio Maceo, of Céspedes.
El hombre que levantó por toda América la bandera de la
The man
dignidad y la
who
valentía.
was raising the flag of dignity and bravery all across Latin America. They were there together.
Que hablaron los compromisos, los sueños.
And they talked about their commitments, their dreams.
Tiempo,
and with the passing of time,
10 años después,
10 years later,
ya habían madurado la idea
the idea of driving new processes for unity
de toda nuestra América.
of our America had already matured. So this is how it happened.
De un 14 de diciembre del año 2004,
exactly on December 14, 2004,
el amanecer del siglo XXI,
at the rise of dawn of the 21st century, Cuba and Venezuela, Fidel and Chávez signed the foundational document of the Bolivarian Alliance for the peoples of our America.
Hemos tenido una reunión,
we had a meeting,
como siempre hacemos,
as we usually do. We have a private meeting
de una hora y media, 2 horas,
for an hour and a half, 2 hours, to share our impressions, our reflections, our criteria about the evolution of everything that is happening, about the development of our struggles, about the geopolitical changes since the birth of the New World. As Bolivar said, as Chavez said, the New World. We have agreed in the vision that there is an opportunity for humanity as a whole to live for the first time in its millennial history a time without hegemonism, without empires, without colonialism. The forces of the old imperial colonial civilization from the West refused to accept the rights of the peoples to live in independence, in sovereignty, to build their own models of equality, of justice, of democracy, of freedom. This is not new. They have always refused. It is in their genes, in their essence. But the dawn of hope and of a new world is already a reality. And the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of the World was born 20 years ago. This historic time, the construction of a multipolar, multicentric world without hegemonism, with equality, respect, the balance of the world. To build this world.
Que se ha avanzado.
And how we have moved forward. We had a first stage that was wonderful.
De concreción
for
de un camino de justicia,
the
de igualdad,
concretion of a path of justice, of equality, balance, and stability.
El nacimiento del ALBA
the birth of ALBA meant
la creación
the creation of the most powerful programs and social and economic missions that, as President Díaz-Canel said in our private meeting, that the world never saw in any mechanism of integration, sub-regional or regional. Not in our America, and I would add, if the President allows me, not even in the world.
unirnos para alfabetizar a nuestra América.
Uniting ourselves
Jamás
to
nadie lo hizo. El
give
ALBA lo
literacy
hizo.
to our America. Nobody did
programa
it.
cubano
But
Yo Sí
ALBA
Puedo.
did it. With the Cuban program, I can do it. Yo sí puedo.
Unirnos para la salud,
Uniting
para
ourselves
multiplicar
to
médicos y
provide
médicas
health,
en los
to
barrios,
multiply doctors
para
in the
recuperar la
neighborhoods,
visión
to
de
recover
millones
the sights
de hermanos
of
latinoamericanos y
millions of
caribeños
Latin Americans,
con la misión
Caribbean brothers
Milagro.
and sisters with the miracle mission.
Solo el ALBA
Only
lo ha hecho
ALBA did it,
y lo volverá a hacer.
and it will do it again.
Más de 9 millones de
Over
latinoamericanos
9
y caribeños
million people
humildes,
from Latin America and the
de los
Caribbean,
más pobres, de los más pobres,
from
recuperaron su
humble
visión
origins,
gracias a la
have
misión Milagro
recovered
creado
their sight
por
thanks
Fidel
to the miracle
Chávez.
mission created by Fidel and Chavez.
Y desde el ALBA también nació en esa etapa
And
maravillosa
in ALBA,
de la
we also
primavera
created in that wonderful
hermosa
stage
bolivariana
of the Bolivarian spring
del siglo XXI.
of the 21st century.
Del ALBA también nació el programa
It also
de
created
seguridad energética,
the program for energy safety,
de estabilidad
for
financiera,
financial stability,
de apoyo económico más poderoso
for
que jamás se haya visto
economic support,
mundo.
the most powerful
El
one
gran
ever seen in the world,
Petrocaribe,
the great
que permitió
Petrocaribe,
levantar como una zona de igualdad y desarrollo a todo el Caribe, 18
which
estados del Caribe.
lifted the whole
Aquí
region
tenemos
of the
a nuestros
Caribbean
hermanos
and
de
Latin
Haití.
America.
Hay
Here
que
we
ver
have
cuando
our brothers
Petrocaribe
and sisters
no estaba
of
atacada,
Haiti.
sancionada criminalmente por el imperio estadounidense.
When Petrocaribe was not attacked
Hay
and
que ver el
sanctioned
papel
by
que
the
jugó
American
Petrocaribe
Empire,
en todo el Caribe.
we can
Pero
remember the role that
particularmente en Haití.
Petrocaribe played in all of the
Compañeros
Caribbean, but
presidentes,
particularly in
primeros ministros,
Haiti.
yo personalmente fui
Dear
testigo
presidents,
como
prime
canciller
ministers,
del
I
comandante
was a
Chávez.
witness as the foreign minister of Commander Chavez.
Conocí Haití
I
en profundidad.
went to Haiti and I knew
Cité
Haiti
Soleil,
in depth.
bastante fui allá.
I went there
Puerto Príncipe.
several times,
El pueblo haitiano nos ama.
and the
se lo
Haitian
puedo
people
decir.
loves us.
El pueblo haitiano
I
nos
can tell
ama.
you that.
Nosotros
They
amamos
love us, and
al
we
pueblo
love
de Alexander Petion.
these people of
Y
Alexander
allá
Petion.
se le entregaron 4 barcos,
And we
6,000
gave them
fusiles
4
y
ships,
soldados
6,000
para que Bolívar
weapons and
regresara
soldiers,
a fundar la
so
tercera
that Bolivar
república
could return
que
to
desde las
found
islas de Margarita
the Second Republic,
y desde el
that from the
Orinoco
island of Margarita and
construyó
from
los
the Orinoco
ejércitos
River
que hace 200
built the
años
armies
libertaron
that 200 years
Sudamérica.
ago liberated South
Nuestro
America.
agradecimiento y amor hacia Haití
Our
es
gratitude and
absoluto.
love for Haiti is
Total.
absolute, is total.
Y se los digo a Haití y a nuestros hermanos del Caribe,
And I can tell you
volverán
that our
los
brothers
tiempos
of the
de
Caribbean
paz,
will return.
trabajo y
The
prosperidad
times of peace,
para
work,
Haití.
and
Es
prosperity
uno de los
for
grandes
Haiti will
compromisos hoy
return.
del ALBA.
This is one of the big
Apoyar
commitments
a
of
Haití,
ALBA today, to
más
support
allá del más
Haiti
allá, más allá de las
beyond the beyond,
limitaciones,
beyond
para que Haití
our
recupere su
limitations,
camino
so that Haiti
de
can
paz,
recover its
estabilidad,
path of
democracia,
peace, stability,
y recupere los niveles
democracy,
de desarrollo social
and can
y
recover
económico
the
que
levels
lograron con
of
el apoyo
social
de
and economic
Petrocaribe
development that
del
were
año
achieved with the
2004 al
support of Petrocaribe
2014, como nos
from
consta.
2004 to
Tenemos un saludo, ¿verdad?
2014.
Me dicen que tenemos el saludo del presidente de
Apparently,
Haití.
we have a message from the president of Haiti.
Si me ayuda el canciller, por favor.
Foreign Minister,
El canciller está pariendo. El presidente del Consejo Presidencial, Leslie Voltaire, nos ha
President
enviado a su
of
canciller
the Presidential
presente
Council has sent
además,
the Minister of Foreign
nos ha
Affairs,
enviado un mensaje
and they have also sent
bello
a very
de
beautiful
compromiso
message
por las
of
luchas de los
commitment
pueblos de la
with the
Alianza
struggles of
Bolivariana
the
para los
peoples
pueblos
of the
de Norteamérica.
Bolivarian
Lo
Alliance for the
tenemos a
peoples
tiro.
of America. Do we have that
Adelante el
message?
video.
Let's play the video.
14 de diciembre
Today,
de
December 14
2024,
of
queremos
2024,
celebrar
we want to
el
celebrate
20º
the
aniversario
20th
del
anniversary of
ALBA-TCP.
ALBA-TCP.
También queremos saludar
And we also would
a
like
todos los jefes de
to
gobierno
salute
y de
all of the
Estado,
heads of state
sin
and
excepción,
government without
que
exception,
participaron en la
who
creación
participated in the
del
creation
ALBA-TPTC.
of ALBA-TCP.
Nosotros, los haitianos,
We, Haitians,
queremos agradecer
want to
la
thank
ayuda
for
que
the
nos
help
dieron
that was
terremoto de
provided
2010,
during the
en lo
earthquake of
social, en
2010
la agricultura
in the social,
y en
agricultural
los
areas,
desastres y riesgos.
as well
Estamos ahora en
in case
Haití
of disasters
en
and
una
risks.
problemática
In
de
Haiti,
violencia
we have a
de las
problem of
pandillas
violence,
armadas
of
que
armed gangs
terrorizan a la
that are
población.
terrifying the
Y
population.
por eso estamos llamando
For this reason,
a los hermanos del ALBA
we are calling upon
para
our
que nos
brothers
ayuden
of ALBA to
en
help us
seguridad y también en
to provide
asistencia
security
alimentaria,
and
porque
food
hay
assistance
6
because we
millones
have
de haitianos que
6
ahora
million
pasan
Haitians
hambre en
that
este
are
periodo
going
de
hungry
Navidad.
in this
Muchísimas
time
gracias.
of life. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al presidente
Thank you,
Leslie Voltaire,
President
del
Leslie
Consejo
Voltaire
Presidencial de Transición.
of the Presidential
el
Council
ALBA
of Transition.
Ya tiene instrucciones precisas
ALBA has already very
todo lo que se
precise
pueda
instructions
en el
to
apoyo a
make
Haití,
all the possible progress to support Haiti
víctima durante
that has
siglos
been a victim for
de la
centuries
agresión, de la invasión,
of the aggression and
del
invasion,
maltrato,
mistreatment,
del colonialismo, en
of
todas sus formas,
colonialism in all its forms.
como una venganza de las potencias
It is
imperiales
like a vengeance from the
contra los
imperial
negros
superpowers
jacobinos,
against the Jacobin
hicieron posible
blacks
la gran
who made
revolución haitiana
possible that great Haitian revolution
del siglo XVII
at the
y
end
principios
of the
del siglo
17th
XVIII.
century, the beginning of
Fue
the 18th
ejemplo,
century. That was
inspiración
an example,
y refugio
an inspiration, and a refuge
para nuestros libertadores. Por
for
ella estuvo
our
Francisco de
liberators.
Miranda.
Francisco de
Esta
Miranda
bandera que
was
ustedes
there.
ven aquí,
This flag that you see here,
amarillo, azul y roja,
yellow, blue, and
Embajador.
red, ambassador,
presidentes, primeros ministros, jefes de delegación.
presidents, prime ministers, heads
Esta
of
bandera que
delegation.
ustedes ven aquí
This flag
la diseñó
was designed
el gran libertador
by
Francisco de Miranda.
the great liberator, Francisco de
A su
Miranda.
vez fue el creador del
And he
concepto
was
de
also
Colombia
the creator of the concept
como la
of
construcción de una
Colombia
potencia
as the construction of a
libre e
South
independiente.
American superpower, free and
Y la
independent
primera vez que se
superpower.
enarboló esta
And the
bandera
first time this flag was raised
fue el 12 de marzo
was
del
on
año
March 12,
1806 en un
1806,
puerto haitiano,
in a Haitian harbor,
porque Francisco de Miranda la
because
convirtió en el
Francisco de Miranda
estandarte
made it
de el grupo armado, el ejército que
standard
estaba formando, que
of
salió
the
de
armed
Haití,
group, the
apoyado
army
por
that
la
came from
revolución
Haiti,
haitiana,
supported by the Haitian Revolution,
armado por la revolución haitiana.
armed by the Haitian Revolution.
Luego, esa primera hazaña de Francisco de Miranda
That first
no logró su
feat
cometido, pero
of
luego
Francisco de Miranda
Bolívar
was
tomó
not successful,
esta
but after
bandera
this, Bolivar
y era el
took this
estandarte
flag
de los ejércitos unidos
to use it as the
libertadores
flag of the United Liberator
recorrió los
Army
campos de batalla
that went
de
through the
Venezuela,
battlefields
Colombia,
of Venezuela,
Ecuador,
Colombia, Ecuador, Peru,
Bolivia
Bolivia,
y más allá.
and beyond.
Hoy es la bandera
Today,
de Ecuador,
it is the flag
nuestra
of
hermana
Ecuador, our sister nation of
Eloy
Ecuador,
Alfaro,
the Ecuador of
de
Lavia
Manuelita
Alfaro,
Sáenz,
Manuelita Sáenz,
la Ecuador libertaria que retomará su camino,
libertarian Ecuador,
de nuestra hermana
that will recover
Colombia,
its path, and
la
the
Colombia
sister
de
nation
Nariño, de
of
Ricaute,
Colombia, Nariño,
de
Ricaute,
Bolívar, su
of
fundador,
Bolivar, the founder,
y de Venezuela.
and
Compartimos
of
la
Venezuela.
bandera,
We share this flag,
así como Centroamérica comparte
as
los
Central
colores de su
America
bandera
shares the
también,
colors of their flags as well.
por herencia libertaria. Así que el
As
ALBA tuvo una
a
primavera,
libertarian inheritance. So ALBA had a spring
con sus
stage
programas educativos,
with
sus programas de
educational
salud,
programs, healthcare programs,
la creación de una moneda
the
común,
creation of a common
ensayo
currency.
monetario.
It was a
Audaz.
monetary essay, very ambitious.
Fue exitoso.
It was successful.
El Sucre,
Sucre,
entre otros logros y avances.
among other achievements and advancements.
Los avances en la cultura, Ernesto Villegas.
We saw progress in culture, Ernesto
Te vi
Villegas.
que llega por ahí.
I
Acaba de
saw
llegar
you
Ernesto
arrive. You
Villegas.
just arrived, huh?
Los avances en la cultura de nuestro
Advancements
pueblo.
in the culture
En el rescate
of our
de la
people
identidad.
to rescue our identity,
Y pare usted de contar.
and many, many other achievements.
Luego vinieron los misiles.
And
de
then
las sanciones criminales.
they were missiles from the criminal
Y nos
sanctions.
mantuvimos de pie,
But we stood firmly,
aunque hicieron daño.
even though we
Sin
were
lugar a dudas.
harmed. There is
Y
no
hoy nos
doubt.
estamos planteando
But today,
con el documento de la
with
agenda
these documents
ALBA que se va a
of
aprobar
the
en sus
ALBA
20
agenda
años,
that is going to be
nos
approved
estamos
in its
planteando
20th
en
anniversary,
los temas más
we are
actuales
thinking about the most
un avance
current issues
sustancial
to make a
en una
substantial
nueva
progress
ofensiva
in this
política,
new
económica,
political,
social, con
economic,
nuevos
social
programas
offensive with
que el
new
ALBA
programs
va a activar desde
that
este
ALBA is
momento
going to
para
activate
una
from
nueva
now on
primavera
for
de
a
avance
new
y de
spring
unión.
of progress and unity.
Hay que hacer un gran esfuerzo comunicacional.
We need to conduct a major communicational program scheme.
El primero de todos de esta nueva etapa
The first one in this new stage is a wonderful program that's been
por países
signed and triggered by ALBA countries,
de América Latina y el Caribe e
countries
inclusive
of Latin America and the Caribbean, and
experiencia
even
hermosa
a
por
wonderful
países hermanos del África.
experience of having African nations adopting this new program, Agro-ALBA, to improve
de todos nuestros países.
food production and to ensure food security. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the president of the Venezuelan Center for International Investment, Alex Saab, Minister Merrin Fernandez, and Jorge Arriaza, that along with the ministers of the ALBA-TCP countries have been the driving force behind this program. We will spell out this program and to see how this is going to function using the productive land of various ALBA nations in order to produce beans, lentils, black beans, rice, beef, milk, eggs, okumo, batata, yam, chicken, manioc, to improve fishing, agriculture, using our wonderful resources. So we break food dependence, and we were talking about the importance of growing the organic food and then remove all the poison from our daily diet. So healthy food and long life. And this is our new philosophy. Also a new modality for PetroCaribe. And it is being headed by the Vice President, a new productive method. So together we can invest and produce oil, gas, and byproducts in joint ventures. So the large oil fields of the Faja will become the epicenter of the development of a new stage of productive PetroCaribe, preserving, of course, the basic elements of PetroCaribe that we will be able to rescue from the attacks of the missiles that we receive. So we need to increase, to protect, consolidate what has remained, and then proceed with more investments, technologies. That is going to be a wonderful project, and we will continue being a common, the great homeland that we are. Also, we are moving forward on the basic elements to sign the People's Commerce Treaty and to improve the inter-American commerce process. We discussed the need, as proposed in the documents that have been presented for this summit, to go back to the platforms for currency and financial commercial exchange based on the Sucre idea. Our monetary authorities and financial authorities should implement this idea. As Lucho Arce said, Villas-Canel said, we could have compensated trade. Also, we have discussed the challenges of science and technology, artificial intelligence, social media. It has to do with the impact of our daily life, communications, telecommunications. Next to Ernesto, I can see one of a dear daughter of Hugo Chavez, Rosa Virginia Colmenares. Yes, she is there. Rosa, is that you, Rosa? No, it's not you. No, you, of course you are. Is that you? So welcome, Rosa. Also member of the orchestra system. ALBA is then entering in a specific project in order to build the capabilities for AI and social network of ALBA-TCP for Latin America and the world. We need to really address this issue forcefully. And my dear professor, scientist, Gabriela Jimenez, that precisely we already have to inaugurate something that we discussed during the last summit in Havana a year ago. And it is ready. The structure is there to inaugurate with the technological tools to improve in an accelerated fashion the AI capabilities and the handling of social network, the Innovation Center, Scientific and Innovation Center for ALBA-TCP. This building is ready, and I know that my fellow heads are passionate about this topic. AI is here to stay. And we are even talking about super AI. As ALBA peoples, independent, sovereign, and revolutionary governments, we are luckily very close, and we have excellent cooperation with brothers and sisters in the world who are 1, 2, or 3 steps ahead in the field of AI. From here, I take this opportunity to greet these friends, the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. They have wonderfully developed these technologies, and they are sharing these technologies and capabilities. Today, AI is decisive in the handling of social media. We need to be clear about these topics. We need to be well versed on these topics. Our leaders should know these topics, and we need to discuss this with our children, with the youth. How we went from big data to AI, first generation, and we're starting the second generation and super intelligence. Did you know though? Have you heard about this? Raise the hand of those who didn't know about this. You didn't know, you didn't know about this. Don't lie. No one knew about this. This is brand new. And countries have already been characterized and segmented through WhatsApp, for instance. They have segmented all the countries, of course, on top of espionage. If you want to be spied and listen to your messages, well, continue using WhatsApp. Go ahead. Go ahead. You will be spied on if you will continue using WhatsApp. Send your videos, send your emotions. Go ahead. Continue using WhatsApp. Good. Good for you. I'm going to give you a decoration and a special bond, a special transfer. So you continue using WhatsApp to be spied on. Brother Maliki, they did it already. In Gaza, they did. The attacks are done through intelligent missiles. And they go straight to the WhatsApp of men, women, to destroy, to kill this population using this state-of-the-art technologies. It's in this fashion that the annihilation of more than 45,000 people, men, women, children, have been killed using artificial intelligence. And what's the response? What's the reaction of the UN and the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court? What do they say? And that the bombs continue dropping. Intelligent bombs. Criminal bombs. That annihilating, destroying the mosque, schools, refugees of innocent people. And each bomb killing one Palestinian, one girl, one boy, those bombs are also falling on the UN. They fall on the absurd theater of the diplomacy handled by the main organs of the United Nations. The UN deemed condemned as the Hitler's birth to disappear. It is doomed to disappear. We will never disappear. It's the right peoples have to peace, life, international law, and the struggle of our peoples to ensure the respect of our lives and our future. That will not disappear ever, contrary to what happened a century ago. But we are indignant to see that this technology, and it happened to Einstein. Those well-versed in Einstein's life, they know what he suffered when he saw how his formulas were used to manufacture bombs, atomic bombs, to exterminate people such as Nagasaki and Hiroshima, to threaten the peoples of the world. Now, those who created AI, what do they think about the use of this technology to kill innocent Palestinians in Gaza? So let's move forward with science, technology, innovation, a new center that will be inaugurated very soon in the mountains of the Miranda State. So our scientists, our technologists, mathematicians, physicians start working on these new technologies. And sooner than later, and I'm certain about this, sooner than later, ALBA will also be a power in the use of artificial intelligence, a new social media of respect, solidarity for a new civilization of peace. Some people might say, those are impossible dreams. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Very well. There are many topics, hot topics, there are boiling topics. connections, the air and maritime connections. We have made progress, but we still need to do more to connect better our countries. And we call upon our leaders to create the Visa ALBA Turismo to consolidate tourist routes in ALBA. We have moved forward. We have made some progress, and we need to do more to foster tourism among us. We have talked about unity of a hemisphere of diversity. We founded Petrocaribe, and we also had the wonderful responsibility of uniting Latin America and the Caribbean. From these efforts conducted by Commander Chavez, and I remember vividly, as it was yesterday, the effort made by another giant, Raúl Castro Ruz, and we greetings for him in Cuba. The huge effort made by our commander president, Daniel Ortega, who remembers vividly this summit in Cancun and the foundational summit of Caracas, that major effort. Mrs. President Xiomara Castro, the chair of CELAC, that effort resulted in CELAC. And ALBA's responsibility today is to work to ensure the success and progress of CELAC. We always say, and I'd like to reiterate this, we dream with Bolivar, Sucre, Morazán, Artigas, Sandino, Martí. We dream with the giants, Fidel, Chavez, in true union. Union and liberation of our continent. Union and liberation. Two parallel processes to achieve liberation of all the Latin American and Caribbean countries and the union of our countries in common development projects, in brotherhood and cooperation. There is no other choice. To be a colony is not an option. To become slaves again is not an option. To kneel down, to be crushed, blackmailed, to be kowtowed is not an option. That is not an option for the Global South. It is not an option for Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, we need to go hand in hand in the liberation process. Good governments. Latin American and Caribbean Union. It is a common destiny that we cannot postpone. Therefore, if you allow me, brothers and sisters, to call for respect, unity of all the political currents of Latin America and the Caribbean, to be able to move forward and meeting again. We have always insisted on the respect of the sovereign processes of each country. You are not the owner of the barometer of democracy and freedom. It's like in Venezuela or any other country. We take a barometer to measure. Oh, You failed. You are not democratic enough. You are authoritarian. That's the vision of the imperialists. They think they are the owners of truth, the owner of the world. But us, the rebellious, the children of a courageous history of 200 years of resistance, we cannot adopt the ideologies and the cultural behavior of the empire. Those adopting those behaviors, what will they win? Well, the despise, the rejection of our people. So it is based on mutual respect to the life of each country, the peculiarities of social, economic, and political, and social and cultural models. We need to go beyond differences. We need to attain union to develop our region. Union of the more revolutionary sectors, of the more independentist movement, with the ALBA, the governments, and heads with the rest of the progressive forces of Latin America and the Caribbean in a wide front of peace, of collective construction, a wide front to solve the problems of our countries and region. Union of this major force that ALBA is, the moral, political, governmental, and social strength of our organization, and work with all the political and progressive political and social groups, the entities that exist in the region, in order to create a major front to defend peace, justice, liberty, equality of the region. 20 years after the creation of this wonderful girl called ALBA-TCP, I think this is the path. Ahead of us, we will face more intense situations, but they will be wonderful moments. But I'm certain that we go down the path of triumph of the ALBA governments and groups. So I declared open this ALBA summit alongside the grassroots movements, and now I start giving the floor to the various heads. The President of the Republic of Cuba, Miguel Marios Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. Welcome, Cuba. You have the floor.
Dear President Nicolás Maduro, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Dear Nicolás, it is always great and exciting to be in the beloved Caracas, in the land of Chavez, the eternal commander, in the hearts of the Latin American peoples. And it is also good and exciting to be in these sacred places with the brothers and friends of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our America, commemorating and transcending moments of our common history. Dear Presidents, Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra and Luis Arce Catacora, esteemed Prime Ministers Ralph Gonsalves, Roosevelt Skerrit, Gaston Brown, esteemed representatives of the sister Republic of Honduras, to whose President Xiomara Castro, I extend fraternal greetings. Dear Malki and representatives of the Palestinian state, to whom I reiterate our strongest solidarity of the Cuban people and government. That solidarity that we offer every single day to the hundreds of Palestinian students that are in Cuba. Comrade Jorge Arriaza, Executive Secretary of ALBA-TCP, heads of delegations and representatives of the nations that make up our alliance, distinguished guests, members of grassroots movements, participants. 20 years have passed from the memorable evening of December 14, 2014 in Havana, when Fidel and Chavez sealed in an embrace the beginning of ALBA, an emancipating process that time has been transforming in that embrace of our peoples. 5 years later, ALBA-TCP achieved an international dimension with the incorporation first of Bolivia and Nicaragua, and later of Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The first 3 countries of the English-speaking Caribbean that honored us with their participation. With the subsequent incorporations of St. Kitts and Nevis, Grenada, and St. Lucia, the alliance strengthened its voice and regional scope until it became what it is today, a space for fraternity, solidarity, cooperation, respect, unity, struggle for the interests of the dispossessed, the voice of those who are not heard, a space for the defense of the just causes of the world against imperialism and regional oligarchies. Today, we are joined by another summit of ALBA-TCP, a landmark in the battle for the defense of our America and social justice, for a better possible world that we all desire. Not a single time we have missed the date, and we will never miss the date to the cause of Latin American integration that so many dreams and projects are created. Dreams and projects that Fidel and Chavez fostered and materialized as nobody did since the times of Bolivar, to give response to the aspirations of millions of people. And those who follow in their footsteps, we need to foster and materialize with the same willpower when the times for our nations are not less challenging. The road has not been easy. The willpower of each of us to see the progress of ALBA-TCP allowed for this alliance to be consolidated into a process of inclusive integration that is distinguished with the coordination of actions to face the common dangers, by always placing the well-being, development, and prosperity of our peoples at the center of our decisions, as heads of state and government, friends. The threats to the security and stability of several of our countries have motivated the celebration of several meetings of these alliances this year to exchange on the very complex international and regional situation that we face. As Army General Raúl Castro Ruz said at the 15th ALBA-TCP Summit, we are at a crucial stage of our history in which a setback at a regional scale would have a very negative impact on our peoples. Today, the system of international relations suffers from the imbalances of an unjust, unequal, and exclusionary international order. We are witness to the promotion of hate speech and violence, the encouragement of extremism, and the return to the old and superseded mechanisms of imperialist domination. In addition to the attempted persecution of left-wing and progressive political figures, there is a ferocious media machinery intended to promote terror and violence. The Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny are old theories from the 19th century. Expansionist and hegemonic concepts are more valid than ever in Latin America and the Caribbean. Imperialism and oligarchies will always have the perverse objective to divide our peoples, sowing enmity among the governments of our region with the purpose of limiting the scope of public policies of a social nature, take hold of the valuable natural resources of this amazing geography, and undermine the progress of Latin America and Caribbean integration. that would deepen our independence. They ignore international law and the most elementary rules of coexistence through the imposition of force, unilateralism, and blackmail. A profound reform of the current international order is needed, in which solidarity and cooperation prevail over differences. It is indispensable to recover the value of multilateralism, which is necessary to advance towards a new order in which the countries of the South can participate on equal footing in decision-making processes at a global scale. We must put an end to this possession, to put an end to the philosophy of war, as Fidel said in one of his speeches at the United Nations. Colonialism, neocolonialism, growing fascism, and any other expression that threatens international peace and security come from that desire of possession and control, and the permanent attempt to dispossess others from their territories, their assets, and even their lives. The need for an international financial architecture that closes the abysmal gap that today separates the North and the South, that provides fair treatment to developing countries in the decision-making process and access to sources of financing is increasingly evident. There is an urgent need, as never before, of full respect for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, particularly the sovereign equality of states, the self-determination of the peoples, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the rejection of the threat or the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The unwavering willingness and efforts of all for unity, integration, and peace are required. In this regard, we ratify the absolute relevance of the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, in which we affirm our commitment to banish the use and threat of the use of force from the region forever. The dramatic and precipitated developments that took place in Syria that provoked a change in regime in that Arab nation are part of a dangerous and risky remodeling of the region of the Middle East at the service of the interests of the United States, Israel, and the West. We make a call upon preserving sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the independence of Syria as the unity of its people. Esteemed heads of state and government, friends, it is extremely alarming, the growing trend to the application of unilateral coercive measures against the countries that do not submit to the imperial hegemon, causing intentional damages and politically motivated against the sovereignty of the states. They violate the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs and stop the efforts of nations in the promotion of full enjoyment of human rights. Once again, we demand the full, immediate, and unconditional elimination of all unilateral coercive measures. This is a historical claim of the international community set forth in the resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, as well as in various declarations of the non-aligned movements, the Group of 77 plus China, and the Group of Friends in Defense of the United Nations Charter. Cuba has been imposed for 62 years the most severe and prolonged system of unilateral coercive measure ever applied against any nation. It is a deliberate act of economic warfare of a powerful empire against a small developing nation. It is a massive, flagrant, and systematic violation of the human rights of all Cubans. and arouses the almost unanimous rejection of the international community. Since 2019, the blockade against Cuba has escalated to an extreme dimension, which is much more cruel and inhumane. It is not only expressed in high costs of material and financial resources, but also attacks the everyday life of our nation. The prolongation of this policy in time has an immeasurable psychological cost that brutally impacts the Cuban families, fracturing them, dividing them, and torturing them. And as these policies are executed, their designers are executors, cynically accuse the Cuban government of damaging the people with the lag that the American government has provoked. Its effects have been further reinforced with the arbitrary inclusion of Cuba in the State Department's unilateral list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism. This is an unfounded designation, void of any basis, authority, or international backing whatsoever, attempting to justify and tighten the siege against the Cuban Revolution. It is not enough to acknowledge that Cuba cooperates fully with the United States in the fight against terrorism, as the State Department recently admitted. The international community widely recognizes that Cuba is not a terrorist country. Cuba must be removed without further delay from that spurious and unilateral list, for it is a fallacy that has a suffocating impact on our economy. We thank all the brotherly peoples and governments represented here for their permanent support to the call for the lifting of the blockade against Cuba and the removal of our country from the aforementioned unilateral list. We also extend our deep gratitude for the expressions of solidarity towards our people after the impact of the recent weather events that hit the island. The scenario that we face in the relations with the United States has come as no surprise to Cuba. It was a probable scenario, and we had been preparing for it. But the policy of principles of the Cuban Revolution is maintained invariable. We ratify our willingness to engage in serious and responsible dialogue to advance towards a constructive and civilized relationship based on sovereign equality, mutual respect, reciprocal benefit for both peoples, despite being aware of the profound political differences between our governments. Cuba reaffirms its determination to defend its sovereign rights to build an independent, socialist future of its own, free from foreign interference and committed to peace, sustainable development, social justice, and solidarity. Dear brothers and sisters, we ratify our commitment to the defense of the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, which 10 years after its approval at the second CELAC summit held in Havana in January 2014, remains fully valid. We reiterate our solidarity with the countries gathered here, which have been the target of destabilization attempts and external interference. In particular, we reiterate our strongest support to the Bolivarian and Chavista revolution. Wisely led by President Nicolás Maduro Moros, who remains determined to defend his people from the unacceptable external pressures. Questioning the institutionality and the laws of another country does not contribute to regional stability. It is up to the people of Bolívar and Chávez to decide on their future. We reiterate our full support to Commander President Daniel Ortega Saavedra and his people. The destabilizing actions against the government of national reconciliation and unity of Nicaragua must cease. To the plurinational state of Bolivia, we express our support and solidarity in the defense of its sovereignty over its natural resources and in the face of destabilizing efforts. We welcome the holding of the fourth conference of Small Island Developing States in our dear sister nation of Antigua and Barbuda. We acknowledge the results achieved and the adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States, aimed at expanding cooperation, supporting debt sustainability, and the means of implementation towards these countries. The Caribbean has and will always have a friend in Cuba who will accompany them in the right to receive fair, special, and differentiated treatment, which is essential to face the growing challenges arising from the current unjust international financial system and climate change, as well as in their legitimate claim for reparations and compensations for the horrors of slavery and colonialism. We claim for a free Puerto Rico. And we maintain our solidarity with Haiti. And we have the Cuban doctors here. Distinguished comrades, the crimes of genocide, the crimes against humanity, and the crime of apartheid committed by Israel, and which have been taking shape for 75 years against the Palestinian people, have acquired extreme proportions and must stop. We reiterate our strong demand for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the illegally occupied Palestinian territories. Cuba also condemns the attacks perpetrated by Israel against friendly nations such as Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. The impunity with which the Israeli government continues to act is only possible because of the complicit political, military, logistical, and financial support provided to the occupying power by the United States government, which acts cynically and perversely, acting towards the world as a mediator in the conflict while stopping the actions of the Security Council. Cuba demands a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the creation of two states, allowing the Palestinian people to exercise a right to self-determination and to have an independent and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and the return of its refugees. Distinguished friends, I would like to convey my appreciation to the Executive Secretariat, which has promoted in the course of this year that is coming to an end, more than 70 communiques and numerous actions to move forward in the ambitious but necessary strategic 2030 agenda. This has been a challenging year for ALBA and for Cuba, but at all times we have felt accompanied by the solidarity of all of you. In a few days, the Cuban Revolution will celebrate 66 years, and we will do it with the determination to face and to overcome the greatest challenges, as we learned in the school of Fidel, Raúl, and the heroic generation of the centennial of José Martí that precedes us. In these 66 years, the Cuban people has demonstrated that the Bambi spirit has not rested. As Antonio Maceo said, those who want to take hold of Cuba will take the dust of the soldiers in blood. Cuba will not bend a knee, and ALBA-TCP will not bend a knee. Let us make of our collective efforts a stronger and more united ALBA.
May ALBA-TCP continue to advance in a constant search for realization of projects for the economic development and dignity of our America. We owe it to Bolivar and Martí, to the founding fathers of the independence of Latin America and the Caribbean. We owe it to Antonio José de Sucre, who led the troops to victory at the Battle of Ayacucho 200 years ago. And we especially owe it to Fidel, to Chavez, and to our peoples. For these 20 years of solidarity and friendship, long live ALBA-TCP. Ever onwards to victory.
Always filled with light, enthusiasm, and truth. The words of Cuba that are rising from the difficulties towards hope, towards ALBA. So now let's give the floor from the highlands of Tupac Katari and Dortolina Sisa, from those historical places where 200 years ago we waged and won independence battles, near the bicentenary of the foundation of Bolivia. Luis Arce, President, you have the floor. Welcome. Thank you very much. Brother Nicolás Maduro, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, I would like to always thank you for the warm welcome in this heroic land, the cradle of the champion of American freedom, Liberator Simon Bolivar and Commander Chavez. Also greetings to Brother President of the Republic of Cuba, Brother Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. A special greeting to the island of dignity and courage, which is a moral stronghold of resistance, which does not allow itself to bow to any adversity, and of course the land of Commander Fidel Castro. I would also like to greet Brother Daniel Ortega, President of the Republic of Nicaragua, land of the General of Freemen, Augusto Cesar Sandino. A special greeting to my colleagues from the Caribbean, with whom we promote this dawn of justice and solidarity for all of our peoples. Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit, Brother Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonsalves, Brother Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Gaston Brown, Brother Prime Minister of Grenada, Deacon Mitchell, Brother Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Terence Drew. All the representatives from St. Lucia, Haiti, Honduras, and Palestine, Brother Mr. Malki, distinguished heads of a state of government, observers and associate members of Congress, honorable delegates, social leaders, and representatives of the peoples of ALBA-TCP. Sisters, brothers and sisters, today Bolivarian Alliance celebrates 2 decades of struggle, dreams, achievements, and hope. On this occasion, we are gathered here in Caracas to celebrate together the 20 years of a pact that was born from the embrace between 2 giants, Commander Fidel Castro Cruz and Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, an embrace that marked the course of our history and began to wave the future of the threats of dignity, solidarity, and justice. and social justice, but at the same time witnessed the celebration of our people because of the decay and the failure of the FNAA. 20 years ago, while the world seemed to succumb to the dictates of capital and the threats of unilateralism, ALBA was born as a beacon. We continued facing the threats of unilateralism, and we continued facing the threat of unipolarity. That's when ALBA was born as a beacon amidst the darkness. It was not only about trade but humanity. It was not only about figures but about faces. From its genesis, ALBA placed human beings at the center, defending the right to dream, to the irrenounceable idea that a better world is possible. Today, the plurinational state of Bolivia, a country that carries the memory of Tupac Katari and Bartolina Sisa, Simon Bolivar, Antonio José de Sucre, Juana Zuldoy de Padilla, and other heroes and heroines of the first independence, reaffirms its conviction and commitment to this alliance, which is ALBA-TCP, because it's more than a political project. It is a symbol of living resistance when faced to injustices and domination. It raises its against the unjust and criminal blockade against Cuba, an affront that seeks to break the dignity of a people that has been an example of resistance for the whole world. In Bolivia last November, we've had 4 years of a sieged government that has been attacked from different fronts of the right and the new internal right, and both internal and external attacks. This concept of hybrid warfare becomes more alive every day in Bolivia because in 2 decades we had not seen such a political, economic, and legislative warfare that's so intense as the one we are experiencing today. But we are here alive, firm, and decided to resist in all trenches every day. ALBA-TCP is also a firm voice and permanent voice against coercive, unilateral coercive measure imposed arbitrarily against Venezuela and Nicaragua, which is an action that represents not only a violation of international law, but a direct attack on the sovereignty and welfare of our peoples. This unwavering commitment with life, ALBA-TCP condemns without hesitation the genocidal actions in Palestine, where every day a humanitarian tragedy is perpetrated before the complicit eyes of those who claim to defend human rights. Our alliance calls for the respect for democracy, which cannot flourish under the boots of imposition or the dictates of hegemonic interests. We strongly demand non-interference in the internal affairs of our nations, because each people has the sovereign right to build its own destiny, without external pressures or imposed agendas. Similarly, we advocate for the rights of the Palestinian people with dignity that was forged in struggle for their self-determination and the right to exist. They are not a far partner, but a people that's demanding justice. But that cry cannot be ignored or relegated to the indifference of those that watch from the distance. The international community has a pending debt, and that is to stop the genocide that stalks a people who, day after day, see their existence erased. ALBA-TCP is much more than an organization. It is the flag of the free peoples that defend the complementarity, justice, and freedom principles. We reiterate our commitment with the values and the struggle for a more world. So, the dignity of our peoples are respected without threats. In this 20th anniversary, we reaffirm the only possible response to global injustices. It is the promise that we will continue to fight from our mountains and our plains. Future where freedom, sovereignty, and peace are a reality for all of the peoples of our America and the world. We cannot allow the world to continue tolerating that create nations, sanctions that punish the most vulnerable and take away the right to life. We cannot accept that those who speak of democracy outraged with agendas of domination and plunder. We have the urgency, need, and the duty to make the world a zone of peace. Brothers and sisters, on this anniversary, we celebrate the past and look to the future. Faced with the challenges of the world threatened by fascism and neo-fascism, ALBA is not an option. It is a necessity which must continue with a firm pace, reaffirming the founding principles of solidarity, complementarity, justice, and cooperation that have guided it since its creation. In this scenario where the clouds of the US hegemony rise like a specter threatening our homelands, from ALBA-TCP we celebrate the arrival of a multipolar dawn in which the BRICS emerge as a symbol of hope and equity. Today, more than ever, we must understand the phrase that if we don't fight and work together, we will be condemned to be erased separately. There's no doubt of that fact. Bolivia, with its indigenous roots and its vocation for integration, is committed to continue building bridges. We will continue fostering the participation of the Alliance with projects that involve and benefit our native indigenous peoples, peasants, and Afro-descendants. We promote all necessary actions to eliminate hunger and poverty that hurt the souls of our peoples. Let's raise the flags of Bolivar, Martí, San Martín, Garvey, and Sucre. Let's remember that the struggle for freedom knows no borders or time. We dream of a horizon where our foreign policies shed the old chains and embrace depatriarchalization and decolonization as compasses to change our societies. A new multipolar world, just, prosperous, sustainable, where men and women build together and enjoy equity. 200 years ago, the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, Bolivar dreamed of a united, independent, and sovereign America. Today, on this 20th anniversary, we renew that oath. Let's be the voice of those who cannot speak, and the refugee of those who seek justice. May This embrace marked our history continued to spread because ALBA is not only an alliance, it is a promise for future, a living resistance, a tool for the most vulnerable, and a reminder that together as peoples we are invincible. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to invite everyone here from all of the countries that next August the 6th in our capital city Sucre, we are going to celebrate the bicentenary of Bolivia. Similarly, tomorrow in our country, we will have judicial elections. So we must go there to comply with the presidential mandate. And that's why we would like to ask for permission to everyone here because we will have to leave early to comply with our duties. However, the Bolivian heart is with ALBA. Long live our free countries. Long live ALBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Lucho Arce. We are celebrating the bicentennial, and I told our people on Monday when the Ayacucho, we were celebrating the 200 years of the Ayacucho battle, a historical battle where the army were there together, Venezuelans, Colombians, Panamanians, Peruvians, Chileans, Argentinians. We went there. Brazil, Cuba, Mexico, Puerto Ricans also. There we had petty officers and soldiers from Puerto Rico because Bolivar had the commitment to free Cuba and Puerto Rico, and that was then that couldn't be achieved because of the ill will of other people. This was one of the greatest victories of the region, and this is something that is symbolized, my dear friend, President of Bolivia, by the Pizarro banner. I want to show this to you, if the cadets can come in, please. I was telling President Diaz-Canel that this banner that we see here was taken by Francisco Pizarro in the month of November of 1534 to Cusco, when they killed Atahualpa and they divided the great Inca Empire. They dissolved the powerful army of the Inca Empire, and then they managed to divide them in several parts with different lords. And Pizarro had received this banner from the king of Spain, and when he said to him, "Bring the Inca Empire to me, to my feet, bring them down to my feet." These are the symbols of the domination. Can you place it next to me, please? And 290 years later, my dear friends, the Liberation Army went to Cusco with the great Marshal of Sucre, Antonio José Sucre, with mere 29 years, covered in glory, the glory of the people and the indigenous people of Cusco came out and they tore this banner. Can we open the image? They tore the banner from where it was there, presented like a bloody claw. The crime that was placed there by the criminal Francisco Pizarro. And they gave it a symbol of liberation and victory to Sucre. The banner of Pizarro stood there for 290 years, being the symbol of the colonial domination. It was the liberation of the sons of the sun. And the first thing that crossed Sucre's mind was to send it to Bolivar. And a group of men rode to Caracas. Bolivar was in Lima, calling for the Panama Congress. They said that he was crazy in the union and in the idea of unity. From there, from California, which was Mexico, to the southernmost area of America. And Bolivar received this in awe, excited. He never thought that he would have this in his hand and be able to feel triumph over the colonialists. Armies went there to look for him. And the first thing that crossed Bolivar's mind was his birthplace, his cradle, his city. Because here in Caracas was where the ideas of the South American freedom were born. Because Bolivar never thought in groups. He never thought with a local thought. Bolivar always thought in the large homeland, great homeland. Either we are a great homeland or we're nothing. That's what we should say today. And the first thing that he ordered was to bring Pizarro's banner, which meant the crushing of the Inca Empire. But now is a symbol of victory, and he thought about giving it to the people of Caracas. And I wanted to bring it here today as a great symbol of the anti-colonialist struggle, as a great symbol of a victory, historical victory. Pizarro surrendered at our feet. Make no mistakes. The empires should make no mistakes. We are the sons of the sun. We are the sons of the liberators. So this banner of Pizarro will be taken to the bicentennial celebration in Bolivia on August next year. Rest assured, President. Thank you very much. Well, I now would like to ask the plenary if we can give him the permission to go back to Bolivia because he has election. We are counting the votes and it's approved. Thank you very much, President. Well, we also would like to give the floor to a young leader of the Caribbean, a man, a wise man who is brave. One of the men who loved the most Chavez, Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Welcome. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera reconocerle, presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, y a todos los demás presidentes de Cuba, de Nicaragua y de Bolivia.
Prime Ministers, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, friends all, good evening. I first want to congratulate President Maduro on his re-election in July, and to remind him that I was one of the first leaders in the world who sent congratulatory messages to him, having received the publication from the election authorities in Venezuela. And we do recognize you as the constitutionally elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we wish you all the best as you take up another term on January 10th, 2025. President Maduro, I've known you for about 18 or so years, and I've seen you serve President Chavez, and you serve President Chavez dutifully, respectfully, and with great commitment and love. What I admire about you even more is that having assumed the office of President of Venezuela, you have maintained dutifully the mandate of President Chavez to the people of Venezuela and the revolution of Venezuela. You are a man of high integrity, commitment, and love for your people. And I salute you as the President of Venezuela and the Bolivarian Revolution. And rest assured, you have my absolute solidarity, respect, friendship, and love as you maneuver the many challenges imposed upon you and your people by external forces. But we shall prevail, and you shall prevail, and the people of Venezuela shall prevail over adversity. Rest assured that you are not alone, and the people of Venezuela are not alone. I want also to take this opportunity to reaffirm our undying and unwavering solidarity with the government and people of Cuba. A nation that has played an enormous role in global solidarity and assisted so many nations in its efforts towards liberalization and independence. A heroic people, a brave people, and a people whom we have the highest regard for and love for. And we will always lend our voice. We shall never cease or desist from lending our voice to calling on the United States of America to end this unjust blockade against the people of Cuba. And I want to say to all of us that we must never be wary of making that call, because we know that one day the Cuban people will triumph, and we know that justice will triumph over injustice, and we continue to stand in total solidarity with the government and people of Cuba. And of course, we have with us our friends from the state of Palestine. My dear brother, I want to say to you that you are here among friends in the Caribbean and Latin America. We stand in absolute solidarity with the people of Palestine. You have taught all of us what resilience means, what determination means, and what dignity means. And in the face of so many decades of adversity, you have maintained the dignity of your people. And for that, and many other reasons, we stand in absolute solidarity. And one day, you shall sit among us, recognized by the entire world as a truly independent state, the state of Palestine. Today, we gather in Caracas, Venezuela, to observe the 20th anniversary of ALBA. I believe that the world owes Cuba and Venezuela a huge debt of gratitude for giving to the world two leaders who were ahead of the time. Commander Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez, both of whom both of whom I had the distinct pleasure as a young man to work with and to learn from. And I believe that we have a duty and obligation to carry on their legacy, carry on their work, carry on their efforts towards bringing dignity to every single citizen in this world, and to ensure that every citizen in this world can enjoy the bounties of this world. And what we have seen ALBA do, and many other corporations which were devised by these two distinguished world leaders. Many people thought we were here 20 years. But ALBA has the, because ALBA was created out of a genuine desire towards addressing many of the injustices that the world confronted. And there is no other entity in this world that has such a mandate. We go to many international organizations. I remember President Chavez and President Castro saying, we do not want ALBA to be like any other organization. All of its note-taking and reading of minutes and long speeches, no. It is supposed to be a pragmatic and practical cooperation agreement that is results-oriented, addressing the issues confronting the citizens of not only our space, but the global space. And ALBA has remained true to those ideals. I recall being asked to come to Cuba to have a meeting with President Chavez and President Castro. And I had to come over a document. I'm not a Spanish-speaking person, but I could understand some of the words in the document. And I recognized that this was an unprecedented document, speaking about the cooperation between Cuba and Venezuela. And I remember saying to President Chavez and President Castro, how do I participate in this agreement? Speaking about fair trade, speaking about complementarity and working together,
y de trabajar juntos para asegurar que todas nuestras personas, todos nuestros pueblos puedan ser llevados a una vida decente. Y me alegra eventualmente pude firmar en nombre de mi país convertirnos en miembros del ALBA. Nunca hemos arrepentido de esa decisión. Y les digo a todos ustedes el día de hoy que nuestra decisión es mucho más fuerte hoy que lo que lo era en ese momento. Porque es absolutamente importante el movimiento progresista. Y cuando la gente habla de progresista, algunos que quieren interpretarlo como que es anti esto o anti aquello, pero el movimiento progresista es sobre las injusticias, asegurarse de que la gente pueda vivir con dignidad y respeto, respeto a tu raza, tu credo, tu clase, y que la gente tenga acceso a una vida decente, con educación, con salud, con trabajo, donde no haya discriminación, que son los movimientos progresistas. Y eso es lo que trabajamos en el marco del ALBA. Y es absolutamente importante que nosotros mantengamos fieles a los principios fundadores de ALBA, porque el mundo necesita la unidad, mucho más ahora que antes, mucho más ahora que nunca antes, entre nuestros países. Y por supuesto no se trata de
it's not about to intervene in political affairs of other countries, but it is important that we maintain united in our political structures, because there will always be attempts from abroad and even from inside to generate problems that do not exist, to generate this unity, because in reality, many don't want to see positive things that ALBA has achieved and continues to do, and that's why they want to separate our countries. For those who have a progressive side of life, we have to remain united. We have to overcome challenges working together, not only as heads of state and government, but also in our own political structures in our countries, because we need that unity of our nations to make progress in ALBA and bring that progress to other groups, other regions. 20 years later, we are here, and I'm committed to guarantee the legacy of Chavez and Fidel Castro to continue showing light in darkness and bring hope for those who don't want. That's our commitment. I don't want to talk too much, President. I want to say to you and all of you that we have our sovereignty, and Dominica in the south, we have different forms. In the south, we need leaders who negotiate principles, negotiate principles, negotiate words. We need leaders that can maintain standing against justice. There are too many leaders in this world that compromise their philosophical sides in life because they consider what others could do with respect to that. We in the South, we need not compromise our values, things we have to fight for. We owe it to the following generations to give them a better world in which we received inheritance. Thank you, Mr. President. It is a pleasure to come to Venezuela. For me, Venezuela is as being part of Dominica. There are no borders, no differences. Here we are among families and friends. And the same happens in the ALBA family. Every time I go to Nicaragua, Bolivia, Cuba, and Honduras, St. Vincent, Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, we are all the same. We are family, united family, fighting against injustice, to give hope to people, to eliminate poverty once and for all. Long live to the legacy of Chavez and Fidel Castro. Thank you very much. And Mr. President, with respect to the request of the President of Bolivia, I also want to leave early because I have a flight to take. I ask for your permission.
Dominica. I would also to inform that I just received in my hands the documents, the official document in Spanish and in English, signed by all the presidents, prime ministers of the governments of ALBA, were officially on December 14th of 2020. 2024, we see the beginning of the Agro-ALBA economic project for food sovereignty, organic and safe food for the peoples of Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and even beyond. It would be said here in baseball that this is like a big blow. That's how we say it here when we're talking about it's a home run. The new ALBA path for sovereignty, for food sovereignty, organic food, quality food, united so that our earth can flourish, to use agroecological production methods without poison. We should say no to poison, no to the transgenic seed, yes to life. We have proven with the new productive methods that we have more results per hectare with new ways of production of land without the need of transgenic seeds or poisons that kill our earth and poison our water. While in other areas they are proposing to contaminate rivers, the sea, and the land, as if they could go to Mars to live afterwards and abandon our earth. Our program, AgroAlba, proposes to rescue our soil, our land, and to make it safe for our people. And food sovereignty meets
pudo observar el nacimiento de la nueva historia, cómo el siglo XXI nacía en ese abrazo. Quiero darle la palabra
I want to give the floor to an admirable man, Commander, President of the Republic of Nicaragua, Sandinist leader of Central America, Daniel Ortega Saavedra. Always welcome in Venezuela.
I will now give the floor to a man who is admired by our people, the Commander-President, Sandinista leader of Central America and Latin America, our partner Daniel Ortega Saavedra, always beloved in Venezuela.
Thank you. President of the people.
Ratificado por el pueblo.
Ratified. And complying
Mandato de Chávez.
With the mandate of Chávez.
En aquella comparecencia le dijo.
Back then you said, and he said to the people, the Venezuelan people, here, Nicolas is here to continue the battle. And it is truly admirable. The energy, the effort, the dedication towards the defense of your people
que realizas día a día.
You continue doing day by day.
But
the sanctions, the attempts,
de las difamaciones, las calumnias.
defamation, lies.
Este pueblo es un pueblo
These people
leal
is loyal
a Chávez,
to Chávez,
leal a Bolívar,
Bolivar,
y sabe
and knows
que la espada de Bolívar
that the sword of Bolivar
que te entregó Chávez,
that was
vos, Nicolás,
given to you
la está
by Chávez
levantando para defender
is being sown in order to defend
frente a cualquier amenaza, frente a cualquier
against any threat,
intento de
against
agresión.
any
Porque
aggression attempt.
las amenazas son de todos los días.
Because
Las conspiraciones son de todos
conspirations
de
take
agresión
place
son todos los
every
días.
single day, every single day.
Porque vos estás por la paz, nosotros estamos por la paz.
Because we are defending peace,
El demonio,
but the demon,
el demonio es enemigo de la paz.
the devil,
Está por la
is
destrucción.
the enemy of peace.
Siempre están pensando cómo destruir.
They're always thinking about ways to destroy
Por eso que ha venido
a process
a levantar nuestra América.
that has made our America emerge once again.
Recuerdo el día,
And I remember
era por la tarde, 6 de la tarde,
the day, it was about 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
llegaron a decirme que Fidel
They
quería presentar
told me that Fidel
a Chávez.
to introduce
Y fuimos
Chavez.
a la Plaza
And we
Bolívar.
went to the Bolivar
tuvimos un
house.
Nos conocimos y luego nos sentamos, Fidel, Chávez,
We
yo,
embraced ourselves,
y
we
escuchamos
greeted
las
him,
palabras
we
del
sat
historiador de
down,
La Habana,
and we heard the words from a historian
que
from
presentó
Havana
a Chávez. Y luego
that
la
presented
voz
us
de
and
Chávez,
introduced
el
Chavez,
pensamiento
and
de
then
Chávez.
he discussed the
Estaba
thinking of
realmente
Chavez.
asombrado,
And I was amazed
asombrado porque los incrédulos
amazed because those
no se les ocurría que
who didn't believe
un
in
militar
him never thought about
se atreviese a ir
a
a Cuba
man of the military, a man of the military
y a
would go to
reunirse
Cuba
con Fidel.
to have a meeting with Fidel.
Pero más asombrado cuando escucho
But I was
las palabras de Chávez.
even more amazed when I
mensaje de
heard Chavez and his message.
Era la voz de Bolívar.
It was the voice of Bolivar.
Era el alma de
It
Bolívar.
was the soul
El
of
alma de
Bolivar
Chávez.
in the soul of Chavez
Fue
coming out from his mouth. It was impressive.
Y luego que el acto,
And after
Fidel
the meeting ended,
nos trajo en su acto.
Fidel brought us there.
Chávez, Fidel, y al otro lado,
There was Chavez,
trasero.
Fidel, and in the seats
Bueno, ahí
that were in the back, we were
y Chávez
just
hablando
chatting. And Chavez was
con aquel entusiasmo, con
talking
aquella fuerza.
with such enthusiasm, with
Era
such strength.
impresionante.
It was incredible.
Para esos días había una reunión en El
And
Salvador.
those days there was a meeting in El Salvador,
Y me atreví a decirle que oye, yo estoy viendo ahí a un
and I
revolucionario
dare to say that I was seeing a revolutionary in him.
que había una reunión
And I shared with him that there was a
Foro de Sao
meeting
Paulo
of the
en
Sao Paulo
San Salvador.
Forum in San Salvador City.
Yo estaba seguro que él iba a aceptar ir.
And I was sure he was going to accept the invitation.
Así fuimos
And he
conversando
attended.
y cuánta alegría sentí
And that's
de
how we started to
encontrarme
get together
en
and
un
discuss. And I was so
militar
happy to
a un
find
revolucionario.
a revolutionary and a military man.
Revolucionarios que aquí
A
en esta
revolutionary that here
revolución bolivariana
in this
se
same
han
Bolivarian
multiplicado
revolution
en el ejército, se han
has
multiplicado
multiplied in
en la
the
policía,
army, in the
se han
police
multiplicado
forces,
en todo el pueblo.
in the whole people.
Y 20 años de la creación del ALBA.
And 20 years after the creation of ALBA,
Y cuando Chávez y Fidel
when Chavez and Fidel, over
se
time,
allá en La Habana
met in
y
Havana
decidieron
and decided
crear,
they were going to create ALBA.
dan el primer paso.
They started and gave the first step.
Yo pensé inmediatamente en Cristo,
And back then I thought about Jesus
porque yo soy revolucionario,
because I am a revolutionary.
porque al conocer la vida de Cristo, entre los
And
pobres,
when you know the life of
luchando por los
Christ
pobres,
amongst
forma en que fue
the
crucificado,
poor, the most vulnerable,
se
the
convirtió en un
way
héroe.
he became a hero,
Para mí se convirtió en el revolucionario.
he
por
became
excelencia.
the
Ya después
up
leí
highest revolutionary.
la revolución. Malene,
And then we went
Marx,
to the classics of the
pero
revolutions, Marx,
me
for
hice
example.
revolucionario porque conocí a
But
Cristo.
I became a revolutionary because
Y
I
Chávez,
met Christ.
¿cómo?
I met Jesus.
¿Cómo llevaba a Cristo?
And Chavez
Y era
always
como
had
que
Christ in his heart.
cuando se reunieron Chávez y Fidel
And when they met,
y nuestros pueblos están
Chavez
desangrándose,
and Fidel that saw how
sin
our
mayores esperanzas,
peoples were shedding blood,
como
hopeless,
Cristo les había dicho,
vulnerable.
levántense y
He said,
anden
as
y
Christ
echen a andar
said,
a los pueblos de
stand
nuestra
up
América.
and let's push the peoples of our America and the Caribbean.
La rapidez con que se
And I saw
organizó,
how
con que
fast
se incorporaron otros
other
países,
nations joined,
otras naciones.
other countries.
La rapidez con que se empezaron a ejecutar los programas
How quick we started to
del ALBA.
execute the programs
Realmente era
of ALBA.
algo sin precedentes.
It was something without precedent.
Y la forma en que se
And the way in which
distribuyó y se compartió la riqueza
we shared and
no tiene
distributed
precedente en la historia de la
richness
humanidad.
has no precedent in the history of humanity.
Hoy,
Today,
a 20 años,
20 years
nosotros estamos más
afterward,
comprometidos que nunca,
we are
a
more
continuar
committed than ever
andando.
to continue
Tenemos que seguir
walking
andando
forward, moving forward, and we must continue doing so, incorporating new initiatives as the ones we have shared today. And amidst a world where the imperialists of the land continue assassinating ALBA with the flag of Fidel and Chavez, the soul
de Fidel de
of
Chávez,
Fidel
le
and
decimos,
Chavez,
no le fallaremos
we
y vamos a continuar
reiterate
dando la
that
batalla.
we're not going to fail any of you. We will continue waving the
Dando la
battle.
batalla
Yes.
y construyendo victorias.
In the battle and building
Aquí,
victories.
allá,
Here,
allá y aquí.
there,
En todo el
there,
escenario
here,
geopolítico
in the whole
de nuestra región,
geopolitical panorama of the region,
del sur global
in the global south
y del mundo.
and the world.
Lo hablamos en privado. Es un
We
escenario que se está
talked about
moviendo
this
porque el
private.
tablero
This
del
is
mundo está
panorama
cambiando.
that's moving.
Y nosotros estamos
Pieces
montando,
of the
articulados en la
international
vanguardia
politics are
del
changing,
nuevo
and
mundo que está
we are
naciendo.
oriented towards the new world that's being born.
Hay como decía Carlos Marx,
Carlos Marx said,
tomado de Hegel también,
Karl Marx said, taken from
la
Hegel,
primera
of
ley
course, the
de la
first
dialéctica, le
law
llamaron
of
así, así lo
dialectics,
aprendimos
that's how
muy joven, muy
they
tempranito. La primera
call
ley
them, how
de la
they
dialéctica,
coined it. The first law of
la unidad
dialectics,
y la lucha de
unity
contrario.
and the
La
struggle
contradicción es la
of
fuente del
the
desarrollo.
contraries. Contradictions are the
Si
source
uno la aplicara
of development.
a la política, a
If we
la
apply
sociedad, a la
that to
economía,
our politics,
inclusive la biología, la
economy,
pudiera
society, even biology,
constatar, ¿verdad?
we would
Está la
be
profesora
able
Gabriela,
to
el profesor
prove
Ricardo
those
Menéndez, que
facts.
son
We have here
científicos,
professors
unos de
Melendez and
ciencias
Gabriela
naturales y
Jiménez.
otros
They
de
are
ciencias
experts
sociales.
in social sciences and
La
natural
contradicción es la
sciences.
fuente del desarrollo.
Contradiction is the
Así
source
que hay
of
que
development.
buscar cuál es la contradicción
Therefore, we must
y
look
desarrollarla.
for our contradictions and
Y
develop
nosotros
them.
estamos enfrentados, comandante,
And
presidente Daniel Ortega,
President
a
Daniel
una
Ortega,
contradicción
we
muy
are
clara,
facing a very
histórica,
clear and
pero que tiene
historical
mucha vigencia y presencia
contradiction,
hoy.
but that's very
Entre,
current,
me atrevo a
relevant
llamarla
today.
así, una dinámica virtuosa
I would say it
de
is the
liberación,
virtuous dynamic
unión,
action,
acción y liberación.
union, action,
Mientras más
liberation,
libre y más unidos,
and the
mayor
more
capacidad de poder
free and
nacional
united we
y
are,
regional
we will have
para
a more
avanzar en modelos
capacity
propios
nationally and
versus
regionally to advance in our own
las
models
dinámicas oligárquicas imperiales
versus the
de
oligarchic
división,
dynamics
nación,
of division,
saqueo.
domination, and
Ese
sacking.
imperio no tiene nada que
That
ofrecerle
empire has nothing to
a nuestros
offer
pueblos de América Latina y el
to
Caribe,
our
pero nada es
peoples
nada.
Latin America and the Caribbean.
Lo hablábamos
Nothing
en
at
privado.
all.
Nada es nada.
We were
Lo único que
discussing
tiene que
this
ofrecer
privately.
es
Nothing at all.
chantajes,
They
amenazas
can only blackmail them, threaten
y
them,
ultimátum de rendición
and give them an ultimatum
y avanzar
for
en los procesos de
subjugate towards
dividirnos.
them, and advance in the process
En
of
América
dividing
Latina,
us.
33
In Latin
países, todos contra
America,
todos.
33
Sálvese quien pueda.
countries, everyone
Es el
against
grito.
everyone.
Si no voy por ti,
That's the
no se unan,
outcry
no se acerquen,
they're
no se
sharing.
apoyen.
You should not come together, not support amongst
Sabemos
yourselves.
cuál va a ser el resultado
Do not come close.
de una región
But we know
latinoamericana y
what's the
caribeña
result that we're
levantista,
going to have in
rebelde.
a Latin
El
American
resultado
and Caribbean
es
region
que la
that's
dinámica
rebellious.
virtuosa
The result is that
de
that
liberación,
virtuous dynamics
acción
of
constructiva y
liberation and
unión
constructive
va a
and union will
expandiéndose
continue
como energía y
expanding
como fuerza.
itself as
Y el ALBA
energy
lleva
and
una
force.
responsabilidad
And ALBA
inmensa
has
para que las
a
dinámicas
massive
virtuosas
responsibility
avancen, sigan
to
avanzando.
move forward
Historia
and advance
tenemos.
the virtuous
Hay un video muy
dynamics.
famoso que pasa a
There's
Diosdado todos
a
los
very
miércoles.
famous
Ustedes ven el programa de
video.
Diosdado,
Do you watch Diosdado's
pero en
TV
inglés
show?
no lo ven.
I think you're not able to see it in
Tienes que
English,
meterle ahí
unfortunately.
traducción en vivo
We
y
must
directo en
have
inglés,
live
francés,
translation
portugués,
into
mandarín,
English, French,
persa, ruso.
Chinese, Farsi, Russian.
Eso es fácil ahora con inteligencia
That's
artificial.
easy today with artificial intelligence.
Diosdado siempre pasa un video maravilloso del comandante Chávez
Plays a marvelous
en la
video of
autopista
Commander Chavez
que tenía el nombre de Francisco
in the
Fajardo
highway
antes,
that
que
was
Francisco Fajardo fue en
that
en
used to be
Venezuela
called
como Pizarro
Francisco
en el Perú,
Fajardo,
el
who
gran
is
criminal.
the equivalent of Pizarro in
Esta
Peru,
autopista
a
ahora se
great
llama
criminal, but
Gran
now that
Cacique
highway
Guaycaipuro.
is called
Se acabó
Gran
Fajardo, se
Cacique
acabó Pizarro.
Guaycaipuro. So
Y allí, ante
we
300.000
erased
personas,
Pizarro and
un
Francisco
año
Fajardo.
bisiesto,
So,
29
in
de
front
febrero
of
del 2004,
36,000 people,
el comandante Hugo
February
Chávez declaró el
24,
carácter
2004,
antiimperialista de la
that's
revolución
when
bolivariana.
he declared the anti-imperialist
Y
character of the
dijo,
Bolivarian
en su
Revolution.
momento,
And he said,
acosado por la violencia,
when
por las
he was
amenazas, que
being
movían tropas por aquí, que movían
surrounded
tropas por
by
allá, que
threats,
venían
by
helicópteros.
troops coming
Esa
from
guerra psicológica
everywhere,
que los
by
gringos siempre toman.
helicopters, the
Que tiene
psychological
el barco
warfare
tal,
of the
que
U.S.,
esto, que aquello.
the vessel coming from there.
Dijo, bastante
And
historia
he
hay
said,
aquí.
there's a lot of history
Como dices
here
tú,
in our land.
comandante Daniel Ortega,
As
bastante
you,
historia
Commander
tenemos
Daniel
aquí.
Ortega, have said, there's a lot of history
Dijo,
here in our
bastantes
land.
montañas y llanos hay aquí, por si hay que
Mountains and
resistir
plains
victoriosamente.
are available for us in case we must
pueblos hay aquí.
resist. There's enough
Yo no
people
sé si tiene
here.
traducción al inglés lo que voy a
And
decir.
I don't know if there's a translation into
Estamos en horario
English,
infantil,
because we
pero así lo digo. Yo lo que
are
estoy es
during
respetando el
a
texto
child
original
time
del discurso.
table, but I am just respecting the original statement.
Bastante cojones hay aquí
And there's
para
a lot of
defender esta
bravery
tierra y esta
here.
patria.
Balls here,
Hace 20
enough
años.
balls here to defend ourselves.
Bastante alba hay aquí,
And
bastante
Alba,
alma hay aquí.
enough Alba.
El alma del
We have
alba y el
here,
alba
the
del
soul
alma.
of Alba and Alba of the soul.
Así que estamos unidos.
So
seguiremos
we are
desarrollándonos,
united
porque lo
and
más
we will
importante es eso,
continue
desarrollar
developing
nuestros sueños,
ourselves
¿verdad?
to develop
Avanzar en
our
nuestros
dreams
sueños.
and advance towards
Por eso quiero darle la palabra a un
That's
hombre
why
que dio
I would
grandes
like-
consejos.
I would like to give the floor to a man
2015,
that gave us
16,
great
17,
advice in 2015,
Cuando
16,
empezaba la guerra
17,
económica,
when the economic
vivimos
war was
la
about to
sabiduría
start.
de
We
un joven
received
líder del Caribe,
wisdom of a young leader
su
of the
sabiduría en materia
Caribbean
económica,
in
financiera.
terms of
Recuerdo
finances,
una larga
economy.
conversación
I remember
en
a long
Antigua y Barbuda, en una
conversation
visita por
I had
allá.
in Antigua and Barbuda.
Y mira, paso a paso, poco a
And
poco,
you'll see now that
perseverantemente,
step by step,
vamos avanzando en la
slowly
construcción de
we
un
are
modelo
advancing in the
nuestro
building of
propio
our own model
que apunta hacia
that's
la prosperidad
oriented towards
económica
the
de Venezuela.
economic
Y decir
prosperity of
prosperidad económica
Venezuela. When we
es
talk
decir,
about the economic
prosperidad
prosperity
de
of
nuestra
Venezuela, we're
América.
talking
Se trata
about
de este
our
líder,
own
primer ministro
whole
de Antigua
America,
y
the
Barbuda,
Prime Minister
Gaston
of
Brown.
Antigua and
Bienvenido.
Barbuda, Gaston Brown. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I should say the undefeated and resilient president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I want to thank Daniel for his presentation today, the historic account of the formation of ALBA. And I certainly want to begin with an enduring quote, and there are many, from the late revolutionist Fidel Castro. It states that the equal right of all citizens to health, education, work, food, security, culture, science, and well-being. That is the same rights we proclaimed when we began the struggle, in addition to those which emerged from our dreams of justice and equality for all inhabitants of our world, is what I wish for all. End of quote. These are the words of one of the founding fathers of the Bolivarian Alliance, whose vision and determination for an integrated Latin American and Caribbean with resilient prosperity we pursue today. We gather here today for the celebration of 20 years of ALBA-TCP, a successful regional institution a movement of the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish to thank our founding fathers, the militant visionaries who carried the flag for the continued liberation of our Americas, Commanders Fidel Castro and Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of ALBA, let's not lose sight of the living dream of Fidel and Chavez for a strong integration movement and resilient prosperity for our people. Sincere thanks and gratitude to President Maduro and the government of the Bolivarian Republic for their warm hospitality and the excellent leadership of ALBA, literally going beyond the call of duty to stability and continuity of ALBA. I look forward to returning shortly to witness and to participate in the official inauguration ceremony for the President-elect, Nicolas Maduro, in January. Colleagues, the need for our continued engagement and solidarity are critical as we confront the various challenges, the climate injustices that we are faced with, and certainly other injustices, including the inequitable global financial system and the geopolitical crises, the war in Ukraine, the genocide in Gaza, among others. Just today, we discussed a new emerging threat, and that is the threat of the technological oligarchy. As a political movement that promotes the values of shared global prosperity, equality, justice, peace, and unity, we must continue to stand collectively on these values and fight injustices and violations of these values in all fora. We must utilize our collective advocacy and use all measures available, including international law, to fight injustice. We must stand against the aggression of the powerful against the powerless, while ensuring that our hemisphere remains a zone of peace. Our hemisphere is home to some of the smallest and most vulnerable small island developing states on the planet that will suffer disproportionately from any hemispheric instability. That is why we all continue to advocate strenuously for our hemisphere to remain a zone of peace. While there is no military intervention in our hemisphere at this time, and we hope that it will be in the near future, we know that our challenges may soon be compounded by a looming trade war between the United States and China, in which the former pledges increased tariffs on goods manufactured in China by as much as 100%. Should they follow through, that will be devastating. The OECS member states of ALBA not only rank among the most vulnerable in the world, they have small, vulnerable, import-dependent economies that are extremely susceptible to shocks from increased prices. All of these countries are heavily dependent on trade with the United States, which is the main source market for imports, including food, and the exportation of tourism services. Tariffication that increases prices for U.S. and Caribbean citizens could reduce the demand for a tourism product in the U.S., while simultaneously increase the price of goods and services, including food, undermining our economic growth and our prospects of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This potential threat underscores the need for greater diversification of Caribbean economies to include market diversification to mitigate these risks. And we need to see increased interregional trade within ALBA-TCP to ensure that we could mitigate against these geopolitical threats. And I certainly want to take up President Maduro on the need for us to strengthen tourism within the integration movement. And I certainly issue an invitation to all of you here at this forum, as well as those who are watching via various media, to visit the Caribbean, including Antigua and Barbuda, where you can enjoy one of the best vacations anywhere in the world. These are the type of collaborations that we need to ensure that we increase trade within our integration movement. Now, the recent Agro-ALBA initiative, in which the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela offered 25,000 acres of land to OECS member states has come at a very opportune time as we seek to mitigate against the threats, the extant threats, including the tarification that is likely to take place. Now, Antigua and Barbuda is one of the most water-scarce countries in the world, with persistent droughts, which have been exacerbated by climate change. This offer will help us to address and resolve our ongoing food security challenges by providing us with arable land to cultivate food. The remaining area of challenge will be transportation, both air and sea, which I'm sure with the collective efforts we could resolve this issue with the establishment of an ALBA transportation mechanism utilizing existing assets, including LIAT and Conviasa, and the acquisition of assets to establish reliable sea transportation. So it's important that we continue to ensure that we are able to move goods and people within the region as we seek to strengthen our integration movement. Our successes over the past 20 years must also serve as motivational experiences that will further stimulate our further commitment to work assiduously, certainly smarter, in conceptualization of new and innovative projects and programs. A successful Caribbean financing initiative, this Agro-ALBA initiative is a prime example of an innovative project with the potential to transform the agricultural landscape among ALBA members. So once again, we commend President Maduro and the government of Venezuela. Agro-ALBA is certainly a win-win initiative based on the productive and sustainable development of our countries within a shared geopolitical perspective, promoting the consolidation of economic independence, food sovereignty, and security. This will also ensure the eradication of hunger and consequently the reduction of poverty, thereby maximizing the social justice among our nations. Today, we celebrate many institutions within our integration movement, including the Bank of ALBA, the Regional Compensation Unitary System, the SUCR, the ALBA-TCP Development Corporation Agency. These are certainly all important programs designed over the years to help member countries fight against poverty, exclusion, and eradicating social inequalities. With the vision of promoting social, political, and economic cooperation among its member countries, primarily in Latin America and the Caribbean, ALBA has successfully carried out a number of programs. And we call the Mission Miracle, which provides free surgeries and educational programs that have had a significant impact on our communities. We also recall Petro Caribbean, which I understand will be revived, will be bigger and better. This had allowed countries to purchase oil from Venezuela on favorable terms and would have helped many member states, especially during the global crisis. In fact, it was a lifeline for member states during the global crisis. Colleagues, our founding fathers, comrades Fidel and Chavez, have left us a legacy of determination and creativity in our efforts to further strengthen the integration of Latin America and the Caribbean, creating the requisite integration mechanism to further strengthen our efforts for equal rights, justice, and peace. It is in difficult times like these that we need to strengthen our hemispheric integration movement, ALBA-TCP, which promotes engagement and fraternal ties between Latin America and Caribbean nations. By so doing, it can further help us navigate the economic and social challenges that we'll face from time to time. Resilience, inclusion, and sustainability, including the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, are key to shaping our present response to the current political, economic, and social crises. Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to the principles of respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-intervention, and certainly non-interference in internal affairs of states. These are among the values that underpin our relationship with our brother and sister countries in ALBA. We continue to stand with Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, denouncing the unilateral coercive measures against them and reiterate our numerous calls for an end to the senseless embargo against Cuba. Similarly, we stand with the government and people of Venezuela in support of its duly elected President-elect Nicolas Maduro. And we also take this opportunity to condemn the efforts of all who seek to interfere in the internal affairs of Venezuela, to recognize or perhaps forcefully to install any imposter who purports to be the president of Venezuela. Venezuela has one duly elected president. That is Nicolas Maduro. And Antigua and Barbuda recognize no other. So no Guaida 2.0 or any other. Comrades, the Bolivarian Alliance, of which we are all proud members, can only achieve social and economic well-being of our people if we work closely together in mutual solidarity. Our ALBA-TCP movement has survived 20 years and continues to thrive. Let us continue to collaborate and cooperate with each other to strengthen our movement for the benefit of all. Long live ALBA, long live the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and its duly elected president, our brother and friend, Nicolas Maduro. Thank you.
Los consejos de la economía.
Very good advice.
Jugo verde esta hora,
I have
a las 6
the
de la tarde
green
me toca el jugo verde.
because at 6 o'clock I need to drink my green juice.
3 jugos al día.
3 juices
Uno en
a
ayuna,
day.
otro al mediodía y otro en la tarde.
One to breakfast
Oxigena todas las células.
at
El
noon
cerebro,
and
la
then
energía.
at this hour to
Para uno estar
oxygenate
repotenciado.
our brain.
Con esto derroté a Guaidó
And is this with
y
this
con esto
juice that I
no habrá
defeated
Guaidó 2.0, ten la
Guaidó,
seguridad.
and we're going to
Con
ensure
el jugo verde,
that there
mira.
will be no
Guaidó
Guaidó
2.0 se quedará borrachito allá en
2.0.
las tascas de Madrid.
So the
Decía
aspirant
Carlos Mar también
to Guaidó 2.0
que la historia se
remain.
presenta a veces primero como tragedia y luego como comedia.
Remember
Yo lo leí de Carlos Mar.
in the world, things happen first as a tragedy and then as a
Primero
comedy.
se
That's
presentó como tragedia, la tragedia de
what
Guaidó.
Mar said. So there was a tragedy
Y
of
ahora
Guaidó,
es una verdadera
and
comedia.
now it is a comedy
Guaidó
errors.
2.0
The
alimentado
Guaidó
por la extrema derecha fascista y el
2.0
imperio estadounidense.
fed by
Subestiman
the ultra-fascist
al pueblo de
right
Venezuela.
and the
Subestiman
US
la fusión
administration.
popular militar
They underestimate
policial.
the Venezuelan people and
Y
the
por eso
power
es que
of our
siempre
military and
quedan
police alliance. So they will be defeated.
Después de tomar, yo
So
propondría,
I will propose now,
compañeros presidentes, primeros
dear
ministros,
brothers and
delegaciones,
sisters, head of
secretario general
State President,
de
Secretary
la
General
Organización de
of
Estados del ALBA,
the organizations of the ALBA State.
secretario general de la OEA, pero del ALBA.
So is this the OES, but this is the
Se
organization
le
of
acabó el
States
tiempo a
of
Almagro,
ALBA.
¿no?
The Almagro time is
Al basural de la
over.
historia, Luis
It
Almagro,
is
con
straight
gusanos
to the dustbin
incluidos.
of history,
Los
with
gusanos
worms
se lo
included.
comerán
The worms
crudo.
will eat him
Bueno,
up.
hablando de cosas positivas,
Well, but let's
yo
talk rather about
asumo
positive
la
things.
propuesta hecha por las
I
delegaciones
take up the proposal
desde el mes
made
de
by
enero,
delegations since
reactivar
January
la realización de
to
los consejos de ministros,
reactivate the
del
meeting
ALBA,
of the
más los
Council of
invitados
Ministers
especiales.
plus a special guest.
Consejo de ministros,
Council of
que aquí
Ministers,
priorizan, compañeros presidentes, el Consejo de Ministros de Agricultura para
Council of
implementar el plan
Ministers
productivo,
on
los
Agriculture,
consejos de ministros de Economía para seguir integrando la
Economics,
propuesta de Sucre y del Banco del
integration
ALBA,
of Sucre,
el Consejo de
and
Ministros de Turismo
ALBA
y
Council
Transporte,
Tourism
lo haría
and
conjuntamente
Transport.
para
We should
potenciar lo que
do
propone
those
Gastón Brown,
Council of Ministers
el
to do what
Consejo de
Gastón Brown
Ministros de
proposed.
Energía
Council of Ministers on
y
Energy
el Consejo de
and the
Ministros
Council
de
of
Salud.
Ministers on Health.
Creo que por ahí pudiéramos empezar
So
el
I
primer
think
trimestre
we
de
could start
2025
in the
en
first quarter
ofensiva
of
gubernamental
2025
unida,
in this
conjunta y
offensive
simultánea. Así que quiero
intergovernmental
darle también la
offensive. So I'd
palabra
like to give the
a
floor
nuestro maestro,
to our teacher,
el hombre que recoge la sabiduría
the guy
del
who
Caribe
gathers
ancestral
the knowledge and wisdom of the ancestral Caribbeans acquired by the peoples of our America, who victoriously, recently, in a major summit, in the successful summit of CELAC, handed over the chair of CELAC, and he remains one of the guides of our region, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonsalves. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, my dear friend and comrade, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and all colleagues present here today. I want to thank the government and people of Venezuela for their kind invitation to this 20th anniversary summit of ALBA, and to say how much we appreciate all the arrangements that have been made for us. We have listened to excellent speeches from all the preceding speakers, and I want to adopt everything that everyone has said thus far and to call what has been said my own. I shall therefore try not to repeat too much of what has been said, save and except where it is necessary and desirable to do so, but hopefully to add value to this conversation. I want to wish everyone who is listening a wonderful Christmas. I know this perhaps would be the last time we are seeing each other face to face before Christmas, and what I want for Christmas really is to see the results of this summit implemented. I begin by quoting a very important essay written by the Cuban patriot, anti-imperialist fighter, and guide, national hero of Cuba, José Martí, in his famous essay of 1891 entitled Our America. And in it, among other things, José Martí discusses the importance of ideas and the manner in which ideas are made flesh, ideas which are shaped into something tangible to improve the lot of human beings. And this is what he said in 1891, which I want to embrace and apply to our current circumstances over 100 years later. He says, these are not times for going to bed in a sleeping cap, but rather like Juan de Castellano's men, with our weapons for a pillow, weapons of the mind, which vanquish all others. Trenches of ideas are worth more than trenches of stone. A cloud of ideas is a thing no armored prow can smash through. A vital idea set ablaze before the world at the right moment can, like the mystic banner of the Last Judgment, stop a fleet of battleships. Hometowns that are still strangers to one another must hurry to become acquainted like men who are about to do battle together. those who shake their fists at each other like jealous brothers quarreling over a piece of land, or the owner of a small house who envies the man with a better one, must join hands and interlace them until the two hands are one. That is what happened 20 years ago with Fidel and Chavez in bringing together the idea of ALBA. This is a unique and extraordinary organization in its conceptualization, in its evolution, and in its delivery of results, delivery of outcomes beneficial to our people. There are 10 member states of ALBA, approximating roughly to 60 million people. ALBA has 9 countries washed by the Caribbean Sea, and 1, Bolivia, is landlocked. We are overwhelmingly an island or seaboard civilization organization. And we have been joined through the fever of history. It amazes me when people will ask, why is it that you're engaged with Cuba and Latin America and Venezuela? Well, first of all, we are prisoners of geography. We are in the same area. There is geographical closeness, and overwhelmingly, save and except for Bolivia, the Caribbean Sea is ours. These countries have all been shaped in their contemporary manifestations by a history of native genocide, the enslavement of African bodies, indentureship, colonialism, and imperialism. We are together in geography, we are in history. And through the fever of that history, we have all become compromises. But it is not because history has compromised us in our evolution as a Caribbean and Latin American civilization. Does it mean that we are compromising in relation to fundamental principles of life, living, and production? Our Caribbean and Latin American civilizations, and there's oneness and there are differences. But one thing for sure is that metaphorically, we are a veritable symphony. We are the songs of the indigenous people, the Amerindians, the Caribs, some people call them, but the Kalinago, the Garifuna. We are the rhythm of Africa. We are the melody of Europe. We are the chords of Asia. And we are the homegrown lyrics of the Caribbean and Latin America. Of course, through this evolution of our civilization, Latin American and Caribbean civilization, dissonances like in all symphonies, do occur. But those differences are dealt with through customs and traditions arising from the genius of our people or through our legitimate formal institutions. And as independent nation states, equal in international law, we have decided voluntarily to come together for the betterment of people. Principles are on paper, and there's a document here before us which reaffirms the principles, purposes, and commitments of ALBA. They're a good reminder. But more than the declaration of principles and purposes of ALBA, ALBA has grown out from the genius of our peoples. And I want us to reflect on this. There's people today wish to make America white again. And they speak to the genius of their people. But we, our people, possess a profound genius. Because if we did not have this genius, the manner in which the harshness of history and the exploitation which we have been subjected to, that we have nevertheless built ourselves functioning societies at a reasonable level of human development. We have done so by our own selves, through our own institutions, and we have done so through our own image and likeness. Now, there is a general set of principles relating to democracy. Matters of choice, freedom, accountability, justice. But no one civilization possesses an absolute conception or practice of democracy. For instance, our English-speaking Caribbean have had a quote-unquote tutelage of Westminster democracy. But if the truth be told, the Westminster Whitehall model of the United Kingdom has not crossed the Atlantic very well. And to the extent that we have certain of its forms, it is true that many of its structures are very different, and they're functioning and not precisely the same as, quote-unquote, the mother country. So that when a country preens itself, our hemisphere, as the exemplar of democracy, I remind everyone that in 1951, in my country, adult persons over the age of 21 could vote, whether you were white, brown, yellow, or black. In the United States of America, black people could not vote in 1951, at least not overwhelmingly so. That is in my lifetime. I was born in 1946. While we were struggling in our Caribbean for independence in 1962, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago became independent. But Martin Luther King was demonstrating in Washington in 1963 for the right of basic civil rights, which were promised black people at the time of the Declaration of Independence in the late 18th century in the United States of America. I'm not dumbing down the United States of America. I'm only making the point that different societies have evolved in different ways at different paces and shaped by a different set of circumstances. But all of a sudden, they have become extremely judgmental, and that they possess a manifest destiny to rule. In the year 2000, there was a presidential election between George Bush, W. Bush Jr., and Albert Gore. The state of Florida determined the presidential elections. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. You may recall, the first time I've heard about these things in all my studies of politics and elections, about hanging chads and pregnant chads. In fact, it appeared as though you had to be a Hebrew prophet to be able to discern who voted for different chads which were pregnant and those which were hanging. Amazingly, it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. A verdict of 5-4 was returned. But the 5 persons who voted for the Republican George Bush to have won the election, the 5 justices, all 5 of them were nominated by Republican presidents. And 4 who said that Al Gore was the winner were all nominated for approval by the US Senate by Democratic presidents. Well, no, they had their internal processes. That's their business. I'm not quarreling with them. I'm just only making an observation. Well, how can you now tell me when the internal authorities in Venezuela made a declaration, that declaration by the electoral authorities was interrogated by the Supreme Court of Venezuela? And you want to tell me that you can stay outside and judge that the process which has taken place in Venezuela is inferior to a process that you have? Who gave you the authority to be an arbiter? And then you tell me that you are possessed of right reason. Your right reason led you in the United States, in Western Europe, to say that a man, not too long ago, who was celebrated as the president of Venezuela, that is to say Juan Guaido, I understand he's probably seeking a job as a taxi man somewhere in Miami or someplace else in the United States. I don't know what is his current position. But I wish him well, and I hope he gets his job as a taxi driver or the operator in the elevator in a building in Miami or New York or wherever. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, that's his own. But they were going around saying that the international community recognized Guaido. 50-odd countries recognize Guaido. But you have 193 countries of the United Nations. How you become the international community when 53 or 55 recognize Guaido and the rest of them said that the duly elected president was Nicolas Maduro? And more than that, the world has 8 billion people and 7 billion in the 140-odd who recognize Maduro. And a golden billion somehow is more important than the rest of humanity. We are friends with the United States of America. And in many respects, we are all joined at the hip with the United States of America. It's the most powerful economy the world has ever seen. Even though Cuba has been striking out on its own independence, there's no Moses yet to part the narrow 90-mile waterway between Havana and Miami. So you are conjoined. The television stations show American films. I'm in the hotel, I turn on, I see CNN in the hotel. I see BBC, I see other stations too. There's a linkage in this multilateral world. What reason can there be? Because of the ideological requisites and the interests of monopoly capitalism and presidential politics of South Florida, that you have chosen to say that Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are national security threats to the United States. It's laughable. And you pass a law and executive order on that. Of course, I have been trained to think that the law is right reason. But occasionally, the law is an ass. I saw a declaration made that Nicaragua, a country of 6 million people, is a national security threat to the United States. It's all the way down in Central America. How could reasonable people make such absurd declarations? Because you don't like what Ortega is doing? That's a matter for the Nicaraguan people, as it is a matter for the Venezuelan people and the Cuban people. Then you proclaim and you tell me that the central contradiction in today's world is between democracy and autocracy. The central contradiction in today's world is who gets what, when, where, and how. That has always been the central contradiction. Who gets the resources in the world? Who determines who to get the resources and how those resources are to be divided? That's where the central contradiction is. You can fool other people, but you certainly can't fool me as a student of history as to where what is the central contradiction. Was it a central contradiction between autocracy and democracy when the United States of America, the deep state, organized in 1973 the overthrow of a democratically elected government in Chile, led by Allende? I think that with President Trump, who is entering the White House in January. I think we need to have an intelligent conversation with him, with his Secretary of State, say, listen, we can live together peacefully as neighbors. We can, but we have to do so with respect for each other and without ideological preconditions. I am a person, and ALBA is, and that's why it's St. Vincent and Grenadines that we are members of ALBA. This is a very special organization, and we have come together in love, in faith, with fresh hope, and in our region as a zone of peace. And I want to repeat those three virtues in addition to peace: love, faith, and hope. And I say fresh hope, because there are new circumstances in the world where we have to have fresh hope in going forward. These are virtues which are found in one of Paul's letters. Paul, servant of the Lord, called to be an apostle. One of his letters in the book of Corinthians, 1 Corinthians. And the United States is a Christian community. Love is a never fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. Love. You know, but one of the things is this. I've lived long enough to know that the declaration of love in general is not that which is the true mark of love. You can always declare, you go on a platform, you say, I love the people. You have to love in the particular. The homeless person, the unemployed person, the woman who is discriminated against because she's a woman, an ethnic minority discriminated against. You have to love in the particular, because it is that love which brings both joy and pain. Because if you do not love in the particular, you do not have any pain. But the joy of loving in the particular is a beautiful human experience. And I say to my American friends that ALBA is about love. It's about complementarity. And faith is embedded in it. The Pauline virtue, which says that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of that which we have not yet seen. We are hoping for the fulfillment of the proposal of Agro-ALBA, because we see that it has great potential. We have not yet seen the evidence, but we have faith that it will come about, and that is why it's defined as faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of that which we have not yet seen. And hope naturally is an expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. And fresh hope in this extraordinarily complicated and difficult world in which we have now found ourselves. And in this extraordinarily difficult and complicated world, rather than persons who have recently been victorious in the United States of America, seeing this as an opportunity to engender peace and prosperity for all, that we live together. This is the 21st century. Instead, what do you get? You get an overwhelming sense that those who have been victorious think that they are omnipotent. And worse, they think that they are omniscient. They're all powerful and they're all knowing. Well, you know, not too long ago, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we were told that we have now reached the end of history, that we are in a unipolar world. Everybody has to worship at the altar of monopoly capitalism and a version of democracy as envisaged by the founding fathers in the United States of America. Well, unfortunately for those who have those illusions, the world is a more complicated and messy place, and contradictions do arise. It is part and parcel of life, living, and production. And we have a situation now where though we do not yet have a multipolar world, the dangers are that we are in transition from a unipolar world. The old order is dying, and the new is not yet quite born. And in that transition, there are enormous difficulties and complications. And if all of us who are in leadership positions in the world are not careful, and particularly those who possess nuclear weapons and who have the power to do real harm, if they do not recognize that there are contradictory forces at play with legitimacy and with authenticity, the demands of the Cuban people to develop themselves in accordance with how they see fit. Why don't you let them and work together with them? They may influence you, you may influence them. Similarly, you wage a war against them. 60 years, 60-odd years, relentless, many times to kill Fidel. You use terror, because one of the worst forms of terror is to single out the leader of another country, deliberately to go about to kill him. And yet you put Cuba on the list of state sponsor of terrorism, when in fact in our Caribbean, certainly in my lifetime, the only act of terror was committed against a Cubana aircraft in October 1976, where 70-odd Cubans, Guyanese, and North Koreans were killed, and the persons who did the bombing were linked to the CIA, and none of them met justice for that particular act of terror. I am not saying anything, and I repeat, I love the American civilization. It has a vitality. It has a spirit. And a lot of our people from the Caribbean and Latin America like it too and go to it. But even those who go to it often with a heavy heart because it possesses dimensions which are insufficiently human. And a better world is possible. A better world is possible. And we must have that conversation among ourselves to have a better world for all our peoples. Now, a system has been established in global institutions after 1945. To the victors, the spoils. They set up the business so in the United Nations that they will control things through the Security Council. They set it up in the IMF and the World Bank so that they can control things. Well, the world is a different place than it was then. It's changing. So we need substantive reforms. And we need a reform of the financial architecture. I am not saying that the World Bank has done no good. For me to say that would mean that I am not looking at the data. But the fact of the matter is this. It has not done anything near as good as it could reasonably have done if it had been shaped differently and if the reforms take place now and take into consideration the interests of developing countries. Climate change. Look, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. I have been in office as Prime Minister since the general elections of March the 28th, 2001. So I've been Prime Minister for nearly 24 years. I've had to face periodic elections every 5 years. I have another election sometime before the end of next year. But the last election was November 2020. We have free and fair elections. People decide that they vote us. Despite all the propaganda. But governing a small island developing country like St. Vincent and the Grenadines is like going up a down escalator where the down escalator is moving faster than the upward movement. And what causes real problems, among other things, is climate change. Our contribution to global warming is non-existent, de minimis. In the 24 years, taking out the volcanic eruptions of April 2021 and COVID in the year 2020, we have had 12 serious natural disasters connected to climate change. The last one, July the 1st, Hurricane Beryl. The economic damage was 1/3 of our gross domestic product. The economic loss is in excess of that. I have to rebuild 6,000 houses those who are responsible for global warming and the increase in global temperature to above 1.5 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, they're not making any contribution to your rebuilding. But why I say the genius of our people, despite all those natural disasters, we have been able, in real terms, to more than double the average per capita income in our country and to lift our country from a medium level of human development to a high level of human development. And I want to put on record that one of the integration movements to which we belong, which has made a significant contribution to the lifting in the development of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is ALBA, through the ALBA Bank, through PetroCaribe, and through practical cooperation between ALBA members, especially Cuba and Venezuela. I don't have to quote chapter and verse. The evidence is there for anybody who wants to see that. No. When I say to the United States, my friends, and I hope they're listening to me, and I'm taking a little time on it because this broadcast, I think, goes worldwide. On the PetroCaribe, every single year during the PetroCaribe agreement, and I want the people of Venezuela to know this, we didn't get the fuel at a price cheaper than the world market price. We got it at the same price as Venezuela as a good member in standing in OPEC, at level. Where we got the advantage is that the financing arrangement assisted us, because rather than paying cash up front, it came as a loan at a very low rate of interest, and Fidel and Chavez worked this out as part of the ALBA arrangements. And the business continued. And every year, therefore, rather than going to borrow money expensively, there was a pot of money to be had here on this financial arrangement, which I was able to take to put to housing, to put to education, and to deal with poverty in my country. By carrying out against Venezuela a vengeful policy of sanctions with no objective basis other than vengeance and punishment, punitive. You weaponize the US dollar. You kill PetroCaribe. The Americans, by sanctioning Venezuela, had collateral damage to countries which they call their friends in the Eastern Caribbean, which are member states of ALBA. The same way that the sanctions have contributed to financial and material hardship in Cuba, and as the rapporteur in 2021, the UN rapporteur said about Venezuela, that the sanctions cause persons in Venezuela, ordinary working people, to go into poverty. I want the American people and the American leaders to understand this. Now we are at a complicated moment in history. Men and women make history, but only to the extent that the circumstances of history permit them so to make. We do not make history in circumstances chosen by ourselves. We make history in circumstances inherited from the past and what has arisen in contemporary circumstances. Part of the problem, of course, is that some of what is inherited from the past are ideas in the heads of men and women which oftentimes weigh like a nightmare on their brain. And you have to free yourself from those ideas which weigh like a nightmare on your brain if you have to emancipate yourself to go to a higher level of life, living, and production in the interest of the peoples of all the world. Now, I don't want to say anything here today about the conflict in the Ukraine, except to call for peace. But I have to say something about Gaza. I wrote a letter recently to President Biden, President Putin, President Zelensky, and the Secretary General of the United Nations about peace in Ukraine. Gaza. There's a resolution here, a declaration here on Palestine, which I support 100%. And Palestine, you know, I'll tell a little story. Big powers, those in quest of hegemony, tend to ignore that other peoples have histories. All of us have histories. And to understand how the thing runs, we have to ask our grandparents and our parents, and we have to ask our daughters and our sons. And to understand the compromises that history has made all of us, and the purpose of asking our whole daughter, asking our parents and grandparents and our daughters and our sons, the purpose of doing that is to make a whole daughter and a whole son out of the compromises that the fever of history has made us. And to do so, we have to come home to ourselves. I went in the year 2009 to Iran when President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was president. And as a consequence of that visit, I went to the Vatican, I went to Portugal, I went to the Vatican, I saw Pope Benedict. He even gave me a mission to take to Iran. But a large contingent of persons came from the State Department after I returned from Iran to talk to me as to why did you go to Iran? So I told them, I said, I didn't understand. I don't understand the question. They said, well, it's okay. We don't mean that you don't have the sovereign right to go. I said, listen, among friends, I wouldn't raise the fig leaf of sovereignty. But I don't understand the question. So I'm going to answer your question, which I don't understand, with a question to you. Would you please tell me where in the Hebrew Bible, or indeed the New Testament, do I meet the United States of America? They said they didn't understand. I say, well, you know, in the book of Daniel, in the Old Testament, there's the Persian Empire. Iran is the successor to the Persian Empire. I said, Daniel was a Jewish prophet, a Hebrew prophet, and he was the chief administrator for the king of Persia. I say, every people have their history. The Palestinian people have their own history, and they have their land. there is a Palestinian civilization. The Palestinians are not temporary occupants of any land. They are in permanent residence of that land, which they are claiming from time immemorial. And they are also in that area, the Hebrew people who have lived there. And the Hebrews and the Palestinians used to live together. And then a doctrine of Zionism arose. And if you speak to this, people may say that you're anti-Semitic. Well, I have grown up in a manner, in a way, where I have absolutely no prejudice in relation to anything or any person. I don't have any of those bones in my body. Netanyahu is not the reincarnation of Moses. Netanyahu wants to wipe out the Palestinian civilization, wipe them out completely. And what he's doing, everybody knows, everybody who has the slightest conscience, whether your conscience is derived from with no belief in any divine being, whether you're a Hindu, a Christian, a believer in Judaism, you're a Buddhist, whatever, you know that what is being done is wrong and it is sinful. But because of power arrangements, the United States of America has prevented a ceasefire. Never mind the talking about a ceasefire, because there are many occasions before the United Nations Security Council the question of the ceasefire came about, and the entire world said yes, except the United States of America. That is a blot on the conscience and the civilization of those who represent that civilization in the United States of America. It's a complicated question, but I want us, as we have done here, to make a call, as the United Nations has done, the General Assembly and 14 members of the Security Council said we must have a ceasefire. Let's have a conversation and let's bring about peace in the Middle East. Now there are three paths. PATHS, where we can go forward. One, we can roll over and play dead to imperialism and hegemony. Or we can strategically accommodate ourselves to imperialism, which means leave it to do what it wants. Or thirdly, we can take the path of creative resistance and reconstruction. ALBA is about creative resistance and reconstruction. I want to let everybody who is listening to me know, I have a grandson just born. He was born in the United States of America. His father is Haitian American. His grandfather, his mother is Vincentian, so he's entitled in law at the moment to American citizenship, to Haitian citizenship, and to Vincentian citizenship. I want to see my grandson, who takes his first name from Hugo Chavez, to be in an America of peace, of love, of faith, and of fresh hope. I want him to be in a St. Vincent and the Grenadines with those same values, and also in the great Republic of Haiti, those same values. I do not in any way at all have anything other than huge admiration for the American civilization. Warts and all, because I don't expect purity anywhere. Nicholas Guillen taught me that in the poem, I declare myself an impure man. But we must be on this earthly city the best we can in peace, in love, in faith, and in fresh hope. That is why St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a long-standing member of ALBA, and ALBA is a force for good. Thank you very much.
Bueno, le agradezco mucho al primer ministro Hugo Ralph González, el abuelo de Hugo Ralph.
My grandson is Hugo Ralph.
Grandson is Hugo Ralph.
In fact, he's Hugo Ralph Joseph. Joseph from the Hebrew people who was sold by his brothers into slavery and rose in Pharaoh's land of Egypt. So it relates to the same things that I've been speaking about.
No hay que olvidar que
We must not forget
estamos en Navidad.
that we are actually in the time of Christmas, and we Christians celebrate during this time
Del niño Jesús,
the arrival, the birth of baby Jesus,
un niño palestino
a Palestinian child
que nació de su padre
that was
palestino,
born
José,
from a Palestinian
y su
father
madre palestina, María,
and his Palestinian mother,
que
Mary,
nació en Belén,
that
tierra
was
de
born
Palestina,
in Bethlehem, which is Palestine
que se
land,
educó una buena parte en
who
Nazaret,
grew up in Nazareth, which is part of Palestine,
en Jerusalén
and who went to
con un látigo
Jerusalem
a
with
sacar a los mercaderes del templo,
attacking the
capturado,
merchants at the temple,
torturado
who was
pública y
captured
brutalmente
and tortured
y
publicly
asesinado
and
de la
murdered
peor forma que se
in the
se
worst
mataba
way
a los
possible,
criminales
that they
más
used
oprobiosos de
to
la
kill
época.
the worst criminals.
Primero lo
During
mataron
that time,
físicamente y
they
después
killed
trataron de
him
matarlo moralmente.
first physically, and then
Nuestro
they
Señor
tried to kill
Jesucristo.
him morally, our
Celebramos en el mes
Lord
de diciembre
Jesus Christ. And we celebrate
llegada
in December
del niño
the
palestino
arrival of the Palestinian
que se
child
convirtió
who then
en el
became
mártir palestino
the martyr,
que
the
cambió
Palestinian
la
martyr
época.
that
Estamos
changed
en la
his
era de
times.
Cristo,
We are in the
precisamente.
era of
No
Christ,
podemos olvidar jamás
precisely,
eso. Quiero
and we
darle la
can never
palabra
forget that.
al ex
And
canciller
I
de
would like
Palestina,
to give the
asesor del
floor
presidente,
to the Chancellor,
Mahmoud
former Chancellor
Abbas,
Mahmoud Abbas,
al
assessor of the
compañero
President Mahmoud Abbas,
y
Maliki.
bienvenido a Palestina con toda
Welcome
su
to
fuerza
Palestine
y
with
ejemplo
all your
en
strength
esta sala
and your
del
example
ALBA.
in this ALBA session.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Su Excelencia,
Your Excellency,
President
Nicolás Maduro Moros,
Presidente de la República
President
Bolivariana de
of the
Venezuela,
Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Your Excellencies,
Presidente Miguel
President
Díaz-Canel,
Miguel Díaz-Canel, President Daniel Ortega,
Primer Ministro
Prime
Ralph
Minister
Gonsalves,
Ralph Gonsalves,
distinguidos delegados,
distinguished delegates,
amigas y amigos,
friends,
señoras,
ladies
señores.
and gentlemen.
Para comenzar,
To begin,
permítanme en nombre de Su Excelencia
allow
Mahmoud
me,
Abbas,
on behalf of His
Presidente del Estado de
Excellency
Palestina,
Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of
expresar nuestro
Palestine,
más
to
sincero
express
agradecimiento
our
a Su Excelencia el Presidente Nicolás Maduro
thanks
y a los
to
Estados
President
miembros
Nicolás
de la
Maduro
Alianza
and the member
Bolivariana
states of the
para los
Bolivarian
pueblos de
Alliance
nuestra
for
América,
the peoples of our America, ALBA, for giving us the opportunity to be present here as special guests. It is a deep honor to invite me to this historical summit, and this meeting shows the shared commitment of the nations which are decided to defend sovereignty and the dignity facing the challenges, the persistent challenges. ALBA represents more than a political alliance or an economical alliance. It is a manifestation of the invincible human spirit and a commitment with the principles of solidarity, justice, and resistance against oppression, born out of the courage of two leaders and their vision, two extraordinary leaders, Commander Hugo Chavez and Fidel Castro. The determination, collective determination to challenge imperialism and promote a world order that can be more equitable and fair. These principles, these guiding principles, resound with the Palestinian struggle for freedom, justice, self-determination of the peoples, and the end of the colonial occupation. The Palestinian people finds inspiration in this shared legacy. For 7 decades, our people have resisted the plundering, the occupation, the colonial occupation of their apartheid policies, and the never-ending attempts to eliminate our existence and our identity. The parallels between our histories cannot be denied. Just the same way as ALBA nations struggled for their dignity and freedom, Palestinians continue to resist an occupation that denies them their most fundamental rights. This history, this shared history, highlights the universal truth that the fight for justice cannot be divided. As His Excellency President Nicolás Maduro said, Palestine is the homeland of mankind. The most important battle of mankind is for the freedom of Palestine. This powerful affirmation captures the essence of our struggle, shared by justice, freedom, and dignity. The nations of ALBA not only have recognized these parallelisms, but have also translated their solidarity into concrete action. Countries like Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and Cuba have adopted courageous postures with principles to cut or not create new diplomatic bonds with Israel. These positions based in international law and moral clarity send a powerful message to the world that justice and accountability cannot be negotiated. The nations of ALBA have shown to the world that justice demands courage and the will to defy the systems that have roots in the hegemony, power, and oppression of domination. The Gaza Strip today, it's a memory for the international community in their failure to act against violations of international law by Israel. The situation is not just by cause. It's the direct consequence of the blockade and illegal occupation of Israel. Over 45,000 people, the majority of them, men, women, and children, have been murdered in the recent aggressions. They have destroyed critical infrastructure, and over 85% of Gaza is now uninhabitable. The attacks against civilians, the refusal of humanitarian aid, and the use of force, the indiscriminate use of force, constitute crimes against humanity and war crimes based on the Statute of Rome of the Penal International Court. It is not simply a symptom of a wider conflict. It is an attempt to annihilate the Palestinian people in the face of the world. The situation in other areas is not easier. The Israeli forces have strengthened their attacks, while the people who are colonizing the area and are attacking the Palestinians are even more violent now. The terrorism acts, including arson, provocated arson, physical aggression, and the destruction of homes and agricultural land happens with impunity, usually under the protection of the occupation forces. These practices deepen the suffering of the Palestinian people and endanger the stability of the whole region. The violations that continue to happen in Palestine not only represent moral failures, but also grave violations of international law. The impunity given to Israel affects the basis of the legal international order and harm the conscience of the world in the different mechanisms that are designed to defend justice and accountability. Your Excellencies, we will call upon the international community to act with decision, and this includes to end the genocide that is happening in Gaza, guaranteeing a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, and the access of humanitarian help, to try the criminals for war crimes and crimes against mankind through mechanisms like the International Penal Court, which has already issued warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant. So we call upon all the countries to apply the decision of the Criminal Court, the International Criminal Court, to apply the solution of two states in accordance with the 1967 borders in Jerusalem as capital of the Palestinian state, as demands international law and the resolutions of UN, to guarantee justice and reparations for the denial for decades of the Palestinian sovereignty and facilitate the materialization of the Palestinian state, as well as a fair solution, fair and equitable solution for the Palestinian refugees in accordance with Resolution 194 to end the Israeli occupation and dismantle their infrastructure, their colonial infrastructure, to support the membership, full membership of Palestine in the UN and its recognition as a sovereign state, to strengthen the international solidarity following the example of the ALBA nations, to reject the normalization of the Israeli occupation. The Palestinian struggle is not a conflict between equals, but a struggle for justice, freedom, and the restoration of the rights that are part of international law. The impunity given to Israel for its violations not only prolongs the suffering of the Palestinian people, but also affects the world conscience with respect to the state, the rule of law. History will remember the side of solidarity of with Palestine. Of Palestine is a testimony of the universal demand for freedom and of the transformative power of the collective resistance. Thank you very much.
Viva Palestina libre.
Long live free Palestine. There's a special declaration that has been approved unanimously by the countries of ALBA, where we declare as permanent guest with the category of brother country in ALBA-TCP from this summit on, and from now on be part of ALBA-TCP. And speaking, Maliki, my dear brother and partner, someday, and that day will come, because it will come, that we will have a summit, we will hold a summit of ALBA with the Palestinian people in Jerusalem. You will see it. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
En Jerusalén libre. Otra vez
now the Jerusalem of people, again, Jerusalem for the living together, the Christians, the Muslims, and Palestine. Again, sacred lands, the Holy Land, in the hands of the people and not in the hands of the imperialist, Nazi, Zionist elites. They are in a delirious stage. They are drunken with hate and power. But I think that Hitler had more power. And the Red Army cut their
Si algo es una causa humana,
it's the Palestinian cause, and I say this as a Christian, and I say this to Christian peoples, to Catholic peoples, to our brother Pope Francis, to raise his voice. The Pope should raise his voice for the rights of the Palestinian people, to their history, to their legacy, to their lands, to their independence and their peace. And I say this to my Muslim brothers and sisters. A historic alliance, invincible, needs to be formed of Christian, Muslim, Catholics, and all the peoples of the world to bring Palestine to victory, full victory.
Bueno, hay muchas cosas
Well,
todavía.
there are many things yet, and we have been
Hemos
informing
recibido también
of many of them. We
las
have also
propuestas de
received
trabajo que
the
han circulado
proposals, the working
del
proposals
Consejo de Movimientos
that
Sociales
have
del
been
ALBA, que ha
circulated by the
deliberado
social movements
en el
of
transcurso de
ALBA,
estos 3
which have
días
deliberated in this past 3 days.
todas sus propuestas
All of your
están en nuestras
proposals
manos,
are in our hands now.
nos han llegado
We have received
y
them, and
como ustedes lo dicen aquí,
as you say here,
nos vemos el 10 de enero,
we will see each
el
other on
Consejo de
January
Movimientos
10th,
Sociales del
the
ALBA,
Council of
para que miles
Movements
de
of
líderes
ALBA,
sociales
so that thousands
de
of social
35
leaders
países
of
juren
35
junto al pueblo de
countries
Venezuela,
can receive an oath,
juren
pledge their
por la
oath
paz
for peace, together with the people of
y por la
Venezuela,
patria.
for peace and
Patria
for
grande.
great
Ya saben, pues ustedes lo aprobaron.
So you know it because it's been
Aquí me
approved
llegó
by
firmado.
you. I received it
Nos
already
esperamos para el 10 de
signed.
enero.
So we expect you to be here
Bueno,
on,
ya
this,
vamos
on
llegando
January
casi al
10th.
final
We are to finalize
esta cumbre por el 20 aniversario.
this summit,
Quiero
20th
darle
as
la
anniversary,
palabra al jefe
and
de
I
la
would like
delegación
to give the floor
de San Cristóbal y
to the
Nieves,
chief of the delegation of St.
un
Kitts
buen
and
amigo,
Nevis, a
primer
beloved
ministro,
friend,
hoy canciller,
former prime minister,
Denzel Douglas.
Denzel Douglas.
Bienvenido, Denzel.
Welcome, Denzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, our distinguished President Maduro, for this opportunity to address this historically significant summit of heads of state and government of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our Americas, People's Trade Treaty, that is ALBA-TCP. I bring you, Your Excellency, and of course all of our distinguished heads and colleagues and our brother from Palestine, greetings from the Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew of St. Kitts and Nevis, and for you his regrets and apologies for not being able to be here with you on behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank you, Your Excellency, for your warmth of welcome today and for the excellent arrangements you have us as our host. Excellency, as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the founder of ALBA-TCP in this 24th Summit of Heads of ALBA-TCP, we have invoked the memories of the two giants, that is, Commander Fidel Castro and Commander Hugo Chavez, who are credited with its founding. And today we reaffirm our own commitment to the Cuban-Venezuela Joint Declaration and the agreement for the implementation of ALBA, the same declaration and agreement which we memorialize and maybe immortalize today. Your Excellency, St. Christopher and Nevis reaffirms its membership of ALBA-TCP today. St. Christopher and Nevis yet again declares its own forward march in support of the solidarity with the consolidation of democracy and freedom of the peoples of the Caribbean and Latin America, emphasizing, of course, that none in the Americas should be left behind. And so again, St. Kitts and Nevis, as a government and representing its citizens, express solidarity with the peoples of Haiti, of Cuba, of Venezuela, of Bolivia, Nicaragua, and all member states of the region who continue to live under constant threats of dominance, and those who, like Palestine, are dying from continued war. I use this opportunity to emphasize that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is totally committed to advance the improvement of the lives of our people at home through inclusive development, social support programs, education, modern health care services, modern improvement in affordable housing, renewable energy, security, expanded and modernized infrastructure, inclusive of ICT, and expanded connectivity in order to bridge the digital divide among us. We shall continue to embrace AI, and thus we will make sure that the Agro-ALBA project, on which we have already signed earlier today for food security, that this will definitely assist us in achieving St. Kitts and Nevis as a sustainable island state by the year 2030 and maybe just beyond. Your Excellency, we intend to cooperate and work with all of our colleagues, all within the sphere of ALBA-TCP, in order to achieve these lofty goals. We are committed to work collectively and individually for freedom, for the advancement and solidarity of ALBA-TCP, not only for another 20 years, but maybe for another 200 years, if it means that. Today, we yet again reaffirm our commitment to a better world for all of us. As again I emphasize, none of us must be left behind. In closing, Your Excellency, I remind you that you have been duly re-elected for a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to lead the people. So, Your Excellency, continue to lead as the duly elected President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And I'm sure your people will continue their full support of you now and in the future. All the best for the Christmas season and Happy New Year as well. Thank you.
Amén. Amén.
Amen.
Nos llegó un regalo bien bonito
We
de los
received a
movimientos
beautiful
independientes
gift from the independence movement from
Cursos
Puerto
de
Rico.
Juan Marí Brás, la
The
libertad de despojado.
From the freedom
Que viva
of
Puerto Rico
those
libre.
who have been possessed. Long live free Puerto Rico.
Está pendiente en la agenda de Bolívar y de Sucre, Puerto
It
Rico.
is that's
Quedó
still
pendiente.
pending in the agenda of Bolivar
Bueno,
and Sucre.
también quiero entregar la
Now
palabra
I would like to give the
al
floor
presidente
to
del
the
Parlamento
President of
de Santa Lucía,
the Parliament of
Claudius
St. Lucia,
Francis.
Claudius Francis.
Bienvenido.
Welcome.
Welcome. Santa Lucía. Allá fuimos a visitar a Jean-Baptiste Dieu.
To visit
Juan Bautista lo llamaron
Baudieu.
aquí, héroe de la
He was a
independencia
hero
venezolana
of
y
the
suramericana.
Venezuelan and South American
Nacido en
independence.
Santa Lucía,
He was born in St. Lucia,
quien murió combatiendo
and he died
en la defensa
fighting in the
de la Casa
defense
Fuerte,
of the
allá
strong
en
house
Barcelona.
there
Ahí
in
quedó
Barcelona.
su sangre y quedaron sus huesos.
His blood was
Honor y
shed
gloria
there,
a
and his
Jean-Baptiste
bones lay
Dieu.
there. Honor
Bienvenido.
and glory to Jean-Baptiste Dieu. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President Maduro, other heads of state and governments, heads of delegations, I bring you greetings from the land of the fastest woman in the world. Let me express, President, the regrets of our Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, who wished to be here, but regrettably could not be. Our Foreign Minister, Honorable ALBA-Baptiste, who wished to also be present, and been planning to attend this year's Council meeting, as he does each year, is also unavailable to participate, and has that I convey his regrets to the people of Venezuela and our ALBA-TCP Political Council. It is, President, with profound pleasure that I address this August gathering of our 25th meeting of the ALBA-TCP Political Council in the beautiful city of Caracas, where our unforgettable Latin American Viking for the liberation of Venezuela, and indeed of so many other Latin countries, General Simón Bolívar walked these streets 2 centuries ago and engaged in the constant enlightenment of the Venezuelan people to fight against the colonization of Venezuela by Spain. And as a St. Lucian official, I never get tired of reminding our Venezuelan and other Latin American Caribbean comrades of the great pride of the people of St. Lucia each time we remember that our valiant son, born in the small village of Deriso Miku, Lieutenant Jean-Baptiste Bidot, a soldier in General Bolivar's army, stood loyally and resolutely by General Bolivar's side in that unrelenting struggle against Spanish imperialism and colonialism. St. Lucians take particular pride in the unforgettable knowledge that Lieutenant Bidot had the distinct honor of once saving the life of General Simón Bolívar at a particular moment in that endless campaign for the liberation of Venezuela, and thereby cementing forever that extra special relationship between Venezuela and St. Lucia. This uniquely revolutionary relationship has withstood the trials and tribulations of many years of anti-imperialism and anti-colonial struggle. And today, as we take our Latin American and Caribbean liberation struggles to qualitatively new heights, St. Lucia is privileged to take our place amongst the countries that raise the flag of our unbreakable ALBA-TCP solidarity. Today's discussions aim to examine general initiatives and ideas, highlighting proposed strategies and activities in the pivotal sectors of our organization's strategic 5-year action plan towards the year 2030 in our 5 agreed areas of action, namely economic, political, social, cultural, and communications. Very recently, my Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, in a keynote address at the 16th edition of the Medias Forum in Morocco, laid out 9 basic principles, which he referred to as his wish list to greatly enhance international governance and a better quality of life for all on the planet. These principles, as articulated by the Prime Minister, all measure objectives of our ALBA-TCP Strategic Agenda 2030. In the economic sphere, St. Lucia continues to focus on the several economic growth and development sectors, including the tourism sector, wherein St. Lucia has been blessed by nature with several comparative advantages. Thus, the St. Lucian economy continues to consolidate our strengths in this area of economic growth and development. More recently, as regards ALBA-TCP tourism growth and development initiatives, St. Lucia has been participating in the ALBA-TCP tourism fairs. One of the crucial economic principles observed by Prime Minister Pierre was, and I quote, the realization by the developed world that a more equitable share of world resources and a lesser gap between the rich and the poor is in everyone's best interest, unquote. The Prime Minister continued, and I quote, a world economic and financial system that understands the vulnerability of microstates like St. Lucia and understands that the conventional means that measure economic activity are not adequate for the local financing needs, unquote. St. Lucia actively participates in all ALBA-TCP activities that seek progressive and relentless dismantling of imperialist and neo-colonialist structures and initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean, as we hold steadfast to the principles that promote such progressive political action. Just last week, for example, during an activity at the local level, the Cuban ICARE Brigade in St. Lucia was recommencing more active operations after a long post-COVID-19 hiatus in the benefit of thousands of needy citizens. Prime Minister Pierre took the opportunity to once again call for the discontinuation of the cruel and unjust economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba. Permit me to again quote from the Prime Minister as follows. The world must commit to stronger joint cooperation and an end of the veto power in the United Nations Security Council. A majority of votes can be overcome by a single vote. This must be wrong. St. Lucia will continue to be an active participant in ALBA-TCP strategic alliances that aim to bring a constantly improved quality of life for our citizens, as ALBA-TCP member states continue to pursue joint activities resulting in improved standards of living, resolving existing impediments in housing, healthcare, education, disaster management, food security. These pursuits will mesh with the Prime Minister's wish, quote, that advanced economies pursue policies that improve the quality of life for people, and in particular, those who live in poverty, and give greater prominence to improved education, housing, energy, and food security for the 1.1 billion people who live in acute poverty. St. Lucia will participate actively in the various strategic and programmatic initiatives set out in our ALBA-TCP 2030 strategic plan. And another component of the Prime Minister's speech yet again coincides with that proposed collaborative course of action in our ALBA-TCP strategic planning and implementation. This particular item of the Prime Minister's Morocco pronouncements reads as follows, quote, that countries commit to continuous dialogue and pursue policies that do not promote discrimination on the basis of religion, race, creed, gender, and the digital divide, unquote. Actions under that principle will mesh with numerous initiatives under the rubric of deepening cultural and social relations among ALBA and TCP member states, contributing to the further enhancement of the integration in various spheres of human endeavor. St. Lucia will continue to be a very active player in all ALBA-TCP communications initiatives during the next 5 years of strategic planning and implementation activity. Consequent to St. Lucia's clear priorities with a constant enhancement of greater socialization of our community relations is concerned. In fact, at the very inception of Prime Minister Phillips JP's new government administration, the renewed appointment of an ambassador to ALBA-TCP and CELAC left no doubt in the minds of the regional community that the Prime Minister greatly values the continued sustained integration aspirations of our community of Latin American and Caribbean states, and the smaller but no less dynamic ALBA-TCP grouping. An active ALBA-TCP communications agenda is vital to the attainment of the dynamic levels of interaction that are necessary to make the ALBA-TCP integration entity the successful integration and solidarity mechanism it is meant to be. The Prime Minister also looks forward to freeing up billions of dollars presently wasted in unproductive military expenditure and to redeploy these resources to more productive uses. It is not military, but instead spending less on weapons and more on global growth and poverty reduction is what will make the world a safer place for all of us. President, express St. Lucia's solidarity with Cuba on the economic, commercial, and financial blockade, and Nicaragua and Venezuela on the continuing illegal and criminal sanctions. St. Lucia expresses solidarity with Cuba on the matter of the United States state sponsors of terrorism hangover, and St. Lucia expresses solidarity with the people of Palestine. Long live the peoples of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Cuba. May the memories of Chavez and Castro never fade. Long live ALBA and TCP. And thank you, President Maduro, for your friendship to my country, and thank you for graciously hosting us this past 2 weeks. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias al presidente de la Asamblea Legislativa.
Thank you very much to the President of the
de Santa Lucía,
Judiciary of St. Lucia. We were there, we paid homage to Jean-Baptiste Bidot. Forget have some sent to you.
Pero también se los vamos a mandar
These
en
books
inglés.
are in Spanish, but we will send them in English as well. This is a collection, a very important collection
de los libros que recogen la proeza
books gathering
de
the
los
feats
libertadores.
of the liberators.
La biografía de
Biography
Antonio José de Sucre,
of
escrito
Antonio José
por
de
uno de los
Sucre,
más grandes
written by
historiadores,
one of the greatest
un ecuatoriano,
historians,
Alfonso Rumazo.
an Ecuadorian, Alfonso Rumaza.
Trabajo de un historiador militar, Héctor
This
como
is
campaña
a
libertadora del
military
Perú,
historian,
batallas de Junín y
liberating
Ayacucho,
campaign
para que se vea el
of
concepto
Peru,
estratégico de la
Junín and
campaña
Ayacucho battles.
hacia Suramérica.
You can see the strategy of these battles in
Y
South
cómo
America,
Bolívar no se
and
contentó
how
con
Bolivar
liberar
was not
esta parte
happy with just
norte de
liberating the
Suramérica,
north
sino
of
que fue a
South
la
America,
búsqueda
but we
para sacar del continente
wanted
los
to
restos de la dominación española.
remove the
Felipe de la Barra, la
remains of
campaña
Spanish
de Junín y
domination
Ayacucho
from
también.
South America.
Son de falsa
The
lectura,
campaign of Junín
son
and
muy
Ayacucho,
emocionantes.
they are very exciting,
de El
easy to
Edecán del
read
Libertador,
books.
un irlandés que escribió
This is from an
30 tomos de
Irishman.
la vida del
He
Libertador
wrote 30
con
volumes
documentos y
about the life
cartas
of the Liberator, including
directos
documents and
que
letters
pudo conservar
that
del
he was able
archivo
to preserve
del Libertador.
from the Liberator's archive.
Daniel Florencio Oleari,
Daniel
Junín y
Florencio
Ayacucho.
Oleari,
Impresionante,
Junín
de
and
verdad.
Ayacucho. It is
Del
really impressive.
profesor militar
From
Héctor Bencomo,
the
La
military
emancipación
professor
del Perú,
Héctor Bencomo, The Emancipation of
de
Peru,
uno de los historiadores de hace
From one
un siglo
of
más completo,
the historian
Vicente Lecuna, un
from over a
venezolano,
century ago,
Liberación del
Vicente
Perú,
Lecuna, Venezuelan one, Liberation of
de
Peru.
uno de los combatientes de aquella
From
época,
one of the
Manuel
fighters
Antonio
of
López,
that time,
campaña del
Manuel
Perú.
Antonio López, the Peru campaign.
Igualmente de Manuel Landaeta
And also
Rosales,
from Manuel
un
Landaeta
folleto
Rosales. This is
interesantísimo,
a very interesting brochure
La batalla de Ayacucho.
that talks about the
Tú que estás
Ayacucho
aplaudiendo, te regalo
battle.
esto.
I give this to you because you're clapping.
Y un trabajo hecho
And
por
we have a
el
work
movimiento estudiantil
done by
venezolano,
the Venezuelan student movement.
que fue hecho de estudiantes para estudiantes. Y tenemos el reto de que llegue a cada escuela, a cada liceo,
By
a
students
cada universidad.
for students. So we
Campaña
want
del Sur.
to take it to every school, to every university. This is
Muy
the campaign
didáctico,
of the
también
South.
te lo regalo,
It
¿no?
is also very didactic.
También les
This is
estamos
for you.
entregando una
Another
obra de arte
present is a work of art,
muy hermosa,
very beautiful,
con un busto del libertador
It is
Simón
a
Bolívar
bust
para que lleven de
of the
recuerdo
liberator Simon
eterno de
Bolivar,
esta
so you
cumbre
have an eternal
del 20
memory of
aniversario
this summit
del ALBA, por aquí.
commemorating the 20th anniversary of
Ya está la
ALBA.
cámara. Trabajo para que los acompañe en su despacho o
You
en su
can
casa.
put it in your
Y
office or in
también
your home, and
contentos en entregar
we are happy
esta cesta
to give
navideña
you this Christmas
hecha por
basket
artesanos
that was
venezolanos.
made by
Muy
Venezuelan
hermosa, miren.
artisans. It's really beautiful.
Ya la cesta es un regalo.
The basket itself is
Aquí
a
está
present.
Naima,
You can see Canaima.
un cuadro de Cabré sobre la
This
montaña
is
del
a
Guaraíra
picture of
Repano.
Manuel Cabré on the
Muy
Guaraíra
bella. Pero
Repano
adentro
mountain.
es más bello todavía.
And inside is even more beautiful.
Adentro va unos regalos
We have some presents here.
artesanales, un furruco venezolano con el
This
cual
is a
se toca
Venezuelan
gaita,
furruco. This is an instrument that we used to play gaitas. This is
una
a music
arpa
that we play
de la
during
música del
Christmas.
llano,
This is a harp
llanera,
from the
un
music
cuatro
that is played in
con
the
la bandera.
plains area, the country.
Y por aquí también
Then
tenemos
cuatro
algunos
as
regalos
well.
interesantes.
And some
No sé si
gifts.
la ley me lo permite
I don't
mostrar
know
esta
if
hora.
the law
Ron
will allow
añejo
me to show
carúpano,
this.
muy bueno.
This is carúpano rum.
Se
Very, very
parece
good.
a uno que hacen en
It
Santiago,
is
Cuba.
very
Se me olvidó el
similar to one that is made in Santiago de Cuba.
No,
I
otro,
forget
otro.
the name.
Chipistres, ¿no? ¿Qué le llaman? También por aquí tenemos, miren,
We also
unos
have
embutidos, calabacín, boscaína, sabroso,
squash,
hecho en Mérida. Aquí
zucchini,
tenemos caponata, berenjenas
zucchini
con
that is made in
tomates,
Mérida.
aceitunas,
We have
alcaparra, que no ha comido hasta ahora,
eggplants with
celery.
tomato, celery, garlic.
Mire, bien sabrosito.
This is very, very good.
Aquí tenemos maní
Peanuts
cultivado en el estado Lara.
in the
Maní.
state of Lara.
Tenemos algo que le gusta mucho a los
This is
venezolanos,
something that Venezuelans love.
el piruín.
Piruin. That is a snack, a Venezuelan
Se
snack.
pierde de vista. También
It's
tenemos
really,
café
really good.
y
We have
canel,
coffee,
del
yes,
que ahorita te
canel,
brindé, 2 cafés.
the one that
de
you
distintas
drank a while
regiones.
ago. We have 2 coffees from different regions.
Esto es muy famoso en Venezuela. Los Toronto.
Toronto, this is
Lo
chocolate
recomiendo.
from
A
Venezuela.
esta hora cae
I
muy bien.
recommend this.
¿Ah? Una miel de la Gran Sabana,
This is
mira,
honey from Gran
de allá del
Sabana.
sur. Esta es una de las regiones más
This
antiguas
is
del
one of
planeta,
the
la Gran
ancient,
Sabana.
the most ancient
Recomiendo que la
regions
visiten.
of the world,
La próxima
Gran
lo hacemos
Sabana.
allá,
Next
en la
summit,
Gran
we
Sabana.
will
El casabe que acaba de ser conocido esta
cassava,
semana,
just this week,
promovido por Cuba,
cassava
Venezuela,
was recognized. This was promoted by
Haití,
Cuba, Venezuela,
casabe
Haiti,
de los indios Caribe,
cassava from the
que nos
Carib
heredaron.
Indians.
Qué bueno, les dejamos estos obsequios,
this
estos
is,
recuerdos producidos en tierra venezolana de artesanía de manos
of
de
appreciation
venezolanos y
from
venezolanas,
Venezuelan
y procedo
artisans.
a entregar la palabra al
And
jefe
now
de
I will
delegación
give
de
the floor
Grenada,
to the head of delegation
el
of
ministro
Grenada,
de Desarrollo Económico,
Minister of Economic
Lennox
Development,
Andrews.
Lennox
Bienvenido.
Andrews. Welcome, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed, President Nicolas Maduro. I wish to recognize President of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel, President of Bolivia, Luis Arce Catacora, President of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega Saavedra. We had with us earlier on Prime Minister of Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda. I recognize Prime Minister Ralph Gonzalez of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, former Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of St. Kitts and Nevis, Mr. Denzel Douglas, Claudius Francis, Speaker of the House of Assembly of St. Lucia, Leslie Voltaire, President of the Transitional Presidential Council of Haiti, Gerardo Torres Ziyaya of Honduras, and Riyad Malki, President of the State of International Affairs and Special Envoy of Palestine. Colleagues, I bring you warm greetings from Prime Minister Honorable Dick Mitchell of Grenada, who is unable to join us here today, but sends his best wishes for a fruitful and meaningful summit. I also, Mr. President, bring to this meeting memories of who in 1979 at 35 created the Great Revolution, together with Cuba and Nicaragua, was seen as three small giants fighting to give their peoples a better life. Mr. President, on my way here, I reflected on the many positive social and economic impacts that ALBA-TCP has had on our sub-region over the past 20 years. And I do believe that it is a just and dignified reason for celebration. Venezuela has always stood firm with resolute determination and resilience, and continues to reach out to its members within the region through ALBA-TCP, which stands today as a proven mechanism for unity, dialogue, political cooperation, and coordination, and has permitted member states to collectively approach challenges with determination and solutions. ALBA-ATC, Mr. President, as we know it, promotes peace, integration, and respect for sovereignty, underscoring the importance of defining this region as a zone of peace. ALBA-TCP has lifted development cooperation within our region. 20. Grenada pays homage to ALBA-TCP, the late Fidel Castro of Cuba, and Hugo Chavez of Venezuela. They have a common vision of an alternative path to unity, peace, and development, and they also advocate for self-determination. Grenada recognizes the region's forefathers who fought for independence, and who they stood, among other heroes and martyrs. Similarly, Mr. President, Grenada recognizes our own father of independence, Eric Matthew Geary. This year, Grenada celebrates 50 years as an independent nation, a milestone in the progress of rebuilding and advancing as a united people with a common history. Mr. President, Grenada joined ALBA-TCP on 14 December 2014, and the ALBA Bank on 26 November 2021, deepening its socio-economic advances in the region and furthering integration and development in areas such as health and security, among others. The height of the COVID pandemic was a testament to this. Today, Grenada adheres to the core principles of sovereignty and the right to self-determination, whilst aiming for trade partnership, connectivity, and progressive change. Within our government's transformational agenda, we are promoting a sustainable, equitable, prosperous Grenada for everyone. Indeed, economic development, poverty eradication, overcoming our vulnerability to external shocks and natural disasters, gender equality, as well as reducing income and other inequalities are the focus of our medium-term plan. A mere few weeks ago, coming on the heels of Hurricane Beryl, Grenada was hard hit by heavy rains that resulted in flash flooding and further damages to infrastructure and to the agricultural sector. This underscores the need to deepen our collaboration for economic and environmental sustainability as vulnerable states facing the onslaught of climate change. We need to hold the developed nations accountable and get them to adhere to the desired reduction in emissions and to the principles of the Paris Agreement. The outcomes of COP26 was a far cry from what we expected. Through ALBA-TCP, Grenada believes that further cooperation can build resilience to the ongoing global challenges we face. Among these is the review of the classification of Caribbean countries as middle-income countries and the need to measure vulnerability accurately. We believe in the implementation of an ALBA-TCP Development Cooperation Agency to promote integration to offset the humanitarian challenge of socio-economic vulnerability and the pivotal challenge of continued poverty. Grenada fully supports ALBA-TCP 2030 strategic agenda as it fully addresses the needs of our country and of our desire to develop a nation where opportunities are available to all our citizens to become what they want to be, thus making us financially strong and economically independent. Grenada reaffirms its position that every nation has the right to build its own political, economic, social, and cultural system without the imposition of unilateral coercive measures from outside. In this regard, we firmly reiterate our call for the removal of the stringent economic, commercial, and financial embargo placed on our sister island nation of Cuba. It has been many years. Since 1962, Cuba has been denied the right to participate in the international trade and economic arena. This unjust blockade remains in place as a stigma that must be removed. Compounding this is the inclusion of Cuba on the list of countries that support terrorism. Grenada calls for the complete removal of Cuba from this list. And at the same time, we applaud the resolute social and economic resilience displayed by the Cuban government and people in the face of this unjust blockade. And I want to say, Mr. President, that I, as a graduate from the University of Camagüey, Cuba, I raise my own individual voice in calling for the removal of the embargo placed on Cuba. Mr. President, an economic historian may say to you that the last 2 decades, the last 2 centuries suggest that the 19th century can be characterized by the growth of Europe. The 20th century saw the dominance of America. But one can predict that this, the 21st century, must be the century for Africa and Asia, and for all developing countries to work together to achieve their financial integration and freedom as the basis for ensuring the economic independence and economic development. It is in this vision, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that I wish to conclude by reaffirming Grenada's commitment to the institution of ALBA-TCP and to deepening integration to tackle the multiplicity of challenges we face. So let us start. Let us start by approaching the next 20 years with a renewed determination to use our time, our talents, and treasure to build a better world for all the peoples of this world. Long live Fidel! Long live Hugo Chavez! Long live ALBA-TCP! Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al compañero Lennon Andrew por su emocionante y contundente intervención. Vamos entonces a proceder a entregarle la palabra al enviado especial de la presidenta de Honduras,
of the President of Honduras and President of Latin America and the Caribbean, Xiomara
Gerardo Torres Zelaya. Adelante.
Gerardo Torres Zelaya. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Es un honor para mí poder saludar en nombre de la presidenta Xiomara Castro Sarmiento,
the President,
a su
Xiomara
persona, a su
Castro
equipo,
Sarmiento,
a su gobierno,
to
al pueblo de
yourself,
Venezuela,
your government, your
agradecerle
ministers, the people of Venezuela.
que son siempre
I'm always
excelentes
grateful
anfitriones.
for your excellent
Saludar
organization,
al
your
presidente de
excellent
Cuba,
hosts.
al señor
We'd
Miguel
like
Díaz
to
Canel,
greet the President of Cuba,
al
Mr. Díaz
presidente
Canel,
de Nicaragua, el
President of
comandante Daniel
Nicaragua,
Ortega Saavedra,
Commander Daniel Ortega
al presidente
Saavedra,
de Bolivia,
President of Bolivia, Luis Arce Catacora,
al primer ministro de la Mancomunidad de Dominica,
of the
Roosevelt
Commonwealth of
Skerrit,
Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit,
al primer ministro de Antigua y
Prime Minister
Barbuda,
of
Gaston
Antigua and
Brown,
Barbuda, Gaston Brown,
al primer ministro,
the Prime
amigo y
Minister,
compañero
friend
de
and
San
comrade
Vincent and the
from St.
Grenadines,
Vincent and the
el compañero
Grenadines,
Ralph
Ralph
González,
Gonsalves,
al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores
Minister
de
of
San
Foreign
Cristóbal y
Affairs of
Nieves,
St.
el
Kitts
señor
and Nevis,
Denzel Douglas,
Mr. Denzel
al
Douglas,
señor Lennon Andrews, ministro
Mr.
de
Lennox
Desarrollo
Andrews,
de
Minister
Granada,
for
y al
Development
presidente
of
de la
Grenada,
Asamblea
and the
Parlamentaria de
President
Santa
of the
Lucía, el
Parliament of
señor
St.
Claudius
Lucia,
Francis.
Mr. Claudius
También
Francis.
a la distancia al señor
Also,
Leslie Voltaire y
from
la
the
delegación
distance,
de
Mr.
Haití,
Leslie Voltaire from
así
the
como al
delegation of Haiti,
compañero Riyad
as
Malki
well as
y a todo
Riyad
el gobierno y
Malki
pueblo
and the
de
government
Palestina.
and the people of Palestine.
Presidente Maduro,
Mr. President Maduro,
nosotros recordamos con cariño y
we
con
all
mucho afecto
remember
el
with love
25
and
de
affection
agosto del año 2008,
August 25,
en el que estuvo
2008,
como testigo en primera fila
in
el comandante Ortega, como presidente de
Ortega
Nicaragua,
witnessed from the first
usted
row
como
as
canciller
President
de
of
Venezuela,
Nicaragua, the Foreign
en aquel
Minister of
entonces
Venezuela,
canciller del
then
comandante eterno Hugo Chávez,
Minister
y
of
la delegación
the
cubana
General Commander Hugo Chavez,
que
and
envió
Cuban
el comandante
delegation
Fidel
sent
Castro,
by
así
Commander
como las
Fidel
delegaciones
Castro,
de
as well
Bolivia y de
as
otros
delegations
países
from
del ALBA.
Bolivia and other
El
countries of ALBA.
25 de agosto del año
On August
2008,
25,
Honduras, en
2008,
Tegucigalpa, firmaba
in
su anexión
Tegucigalpa was
a
signing
esta gran alianza y a
adherence
esta
to
gran
this
alternativa
great
bolivariana
alliance,
para
this
los pueblos.
Bolivarian Alliance for
En
the
aquel
peoples of our
momento, el
America.
país
At
vivía una realidad muy
the
diferente a la que
country was
vive
living
hoy,
a very different
y que
reality
América
that
Latina
it
vivía
has
una
now.
realidad diferente.
Latin America also
Aseguraba
is living a very
Honduras
different
que
reality.
creía
But we
firmemente que los
ensured
procesos de
Honduras
integración de
that
América Latina y el
we
Caribe
believe that the
era la
processes of
única
integration
manera de
in Latin
solucionar los problemas
were the
sociales,
only
la
way to
pobreza
solve
y la
the
exclusión
problems,
como que eran
inequality,
consecuencia del
poverty
modelo
as a
neoliberal.
consequence of the neoliberal
Dice
model.
la declaración de anexión de Honduras
The
a ALBA.
declaration of adherence
En Honduras
of
creemos
Honduras
que el
to
modelo
the
neoliberal
state. In
ha
Honduras,
significado
we believe
la
that the
abolición de la
neoliberal model
pobreza y un
signifies
sistemático
the
proceso de
perpetuation
exclusión
of poverty,
social
a
que
systematic
mantiene
process
en
of
precario la
social
calidad de
exclusion,
vida de los hondureños
which
y las
precarises the
hondureñas,
quality of life
pidiendo
of
alcanzar la
Hondurans,
equidad necesaria para
preventing
convivir en paz,
the
en
necessary
armonía y en
to
progreso.
live in peace
Por ello, decía
and
Honduras en aquel
harmony.
momento,
That is why
compartimos
Honduras
la
states
convicción que la
we share the
cooperación y la
conviction that
solidaridad entre los pueblos
the
latinoamericanos
cooperation and solidarity
harán
among
posible
the
la
Latin American
inserción
peoples will
exitosa
make
en la
possible
economía
the
mundial,
successful
teniendo como
insertion
eje
into the
central la
world
cohesión
economy,
social
having a
y el
central
privilegio del
axis,
ser humano.
social cohesion and the privilege
Nos
of the
costaron
human being.
caras, presidente Maduro, esas declaraciones
Were
del 2008.
very
Menos de un año después,
had
país
very consequences
quiero agradecer que ALBA nunca dejó de apoyar a Honduras, que los gobiernos de la Alternativa Bolivariana nunca dejaron de apoyar a mi país, que nosotros y nosotras, bajo la guía del presidente Manuel Zelaya y de aquel entonces la dama y hoy presidente de la República, nos fuimos a la calle con Xiomara Castro y resistimos durante 12 años y 7 meses la oprobiosa narcodictadura y retomamos el lugar al frente del gobierno de Honduras. Quiero saludar también al presidente Maduro, a todos los movimientos sociales que nos acompañan. Honduras siempre fue parte, Nicolás, de estas cumbres. Nos sentábamos ahí con los compañeros y las compañeras y el llamado es a seguir luchando, a seguir resistiendo para que cada pueblo de América Latina también reclame propiamente su lugar en esta mesa, tarde o temprano. Hoy, para comentarles los logros de la presidenta, haber regresado e iniciar este proceso de refundación, me hacía mucho eco cuando el presidente Nicolás Maduro hablaba sobre ALBA. Y es que la presidenta Xiomara Castro ha logrado detener la explotación y la entrega de la tierra en Honduras y ha logrado frenar la deforestación. Solamente en la zona de la Mosquitia se han recuperado 400.000 hectáreas que estaban siendo depredadas. Al llegar al gobierno, había 12.700 escuelas destruidas y en menos de 3 años la presidenta ha logrado recuperar 5.000 escuelas. La presidenta Xiomara Castro detuvo presidentes y compañeros y compañeras a las zonas especiales de desarrollo y empleo SEDES, que eran 19 regiones entregadas a 25 grupos económicos y 10 familias en una destrucción de la soberanía nacional. Eso, gracias al mandato de la presidenta, ya no es más. Lo que sí es una demanda multimillonaria que recibe Honduras en el mecanismo CIADI por defender el patrimonio nacional, demanda que enfrentaremos a partir de los próximos meses, después de que la presidenta denunciara el tratado de CIADI y anunciara la salida de Honduras de ese mecanismo de arbitraje que solamente ha beneficiado y beneficia a las grandes corporaciones en detrimento de los intereses del pueblo y del Estado. La presidenta hoy, gracias a estas medidas, ha logrado tener la mayor inversión en carreteras, en caminos productivos, en aeropuertos, en educación, en becas y en muchos otros programas que el presidente Manuel Zelaya Rosales soñaba con eso cuando se hizo amigo del presidente Hugo Chávez, cuando entró a ALBA. Decía el presidente Nicolás que nos habían salido caros aquellas palabras. La presencia de ustedes en ALBA hace ya 16 años despertó que Honduras hoy hace que aquello que se soñó sea una realidad. Quiero rápidamente saludar a los programas que usted ha mencionado y que ha mencionado aquí las diferentes autoridades. Nosotros creemos, como presidencia pro tempore de la CELAC, que en efecto hay que acercarnos como ALBA, hay que acercarnos como CELA. Me acompaña el embajador Alan Oviedo, que hace 3 días entregó la presidencia pro tempore del Sistema Económico Latinoamericano CELA, que tuvimos nosotros durante el año 2024. Se la hemos entregado a Colombia. Como usted sabe, Honduras es presidente pro tempore de CELAC. Aquí está San Vicente y Granada como parte de la troika de este organismo. Y aplaudimos el esfuerzo de ALBA de hacer cumbre siempre con los movimientos sociales. Nosotros como presidente de este 28 de junio que conmemoramos los 15 años del aniversario del nacimiento de la resistencia, tuvimos la reunión de la CELAC y de manera paralela la reunión de la CELAC social y aplaudimos y reconocemos que ese es el camino que tenemos que recurrir. Para cerrar, hablaba con el secretario Jorge Arriaza, presidente Nicolás, que en Honduras tenemos nosotros a inicios del próximo año la cumbre.
¿Pero tú no oyes el español ahí?
El español y el inglés, ¿no?
¿Y lo puedes traducir en inglés, el español ahí?
No estoy entrando, claro.
El otro diciendo tiene los medios.
De la que usted ya ha mencionado. Cuando hablamos de TCP, hablamos justamente de necesidad de enfrentar esos tratados de libre comercio que generan, como dice la presidenta Xiomara Castro, una distorsión que afecta a los más pobres. La presidenta Xiomara Castro y el expresidente Manuel Zelaya Rosales siempre defienden lo público, que es lo común, que es lo de todos, que a veces algunos medios corporativos quieran poner que lo público y lo común como que fueran malas palabras. Creemos que lo público y lo común es lo que nos une. Si el bien común y los derechos humanos y la democracia fueran tan importantes para las potencias que hoy amenazan a Venezuela, entonces no los harían tan fácilmente a un lado cuando aparece alguien con suficiente dinero para pasar por encima de los intereses de los demás. El problema de eso, presidente Nicolás, es que cuando alguien llega con una bolsa llena de dinero, algunos países son capaces de despreciar lo público por lo privado y por lo singular. Y en ese sentido preguntamos, ¿qué dictadura podría compararse siquiera a la dictadura del mercado y del comercio que han impuesto sobre nuestros países por ya demasiado tiempo? Quiero aprovechar para plantear algo que ya le he comentado. Nosotros sabemos que a mitad del año 2026 se cumplen 200 años de aquel histórico e importante congreso fictiónico convocado por el libertador Simón Bolívar, en el que él, al igual que la Liga Fictiónica de Delfos en la antigua Grecia, buscó unir a esas 12 tribus en Grecia, a esos pueblos de América Latina, y como estamos cerca de esos 200 años, comenzar a conversar las posibilidades de convocar a un nuevo congreso anfictiónico para relanzar el sueño de Bolívar, el sueño de Morazán y el sueño de todos los libertadores. Y recordando algo que decía la ex canciller de Honduras, la compañera Patricia Rodas, que era canciller cuando se dio el golpe de Estado, ella decía que Morazán había llegado a ser presidente de Centroamérica unos pocos meses antes de la muerte del libertador Simón Bolívar, y que Morazán se había garantizado de que esa espada de Bolívar que usted nos ha mostrado nunca tocara el piso y siempre estuviera alzada. Y hoy vemos aquí a Morazán, vemos a Bolívar, vemos a Chávez, vemos a Fidel y vemos a todos los líderes. Y quiero cerrar leyendo brevemente el inicio del discurso de Francisco Morazán cuando asumió la presidencia de Centroamérica el 16 de septiembre de 1830. Dice, el pueblo soberano me manda a colocarme en el más peligroso de sus destinos. Debo obedecer y cumplir el solemne juramento que acabo de prestar. Ofrezco sostener la Constitución, el sueño federal que he defendido como soldado y como ciudadano. Hoy, presidente, estamos en esta mesa como representantes de mi gobierno, la embajadora Scarlett Romero, el compañero Ramón Espinosa. Hemos estado con los movimientos sociales, hoy estamos aquí como gobierno. La intención es nunca dejar de luchar y, como dice el general Morazán, como soldados y como ciudadanos, defender el sueño de Bolívar, de una América Latina y el Caribe libre, soberana, antiimperialista y de hermanos y hermanas siempre. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias al enviado especial de la presidenta Iris Xiomara Castro. Mis saludos a las fuerzas populares de resistencia de Honduras, nuestros hermanos y hermanas. Allá estuvimos en Ocotal.
We were there in Nopotal.
¿Recuerda?
Do you remember?
Con Mel. Íbamos entrando. No nos dejaron entrar ahí.
But they wouldn't let us in.
Y luego establecimos un campamento en Nopotal.
So we set a camp in Nopotal.
Todos esos caminos del general Sandino.
All the roads of General Sandino.
Del general Morazán.
General Morazán.
De verdad que esta región del mundo está llena
de
tanta historia. Por eso que Chávez dijo lo que yo ya dije. Bastante historia de aquí. Y hay bastante de todo. Estoy de acuerdo. Y le leo la mente a todas las delegaciones y sé que están de acuerdo. Con motivo de la reunión de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos, los ministros de Agricultura, que se va a desarrollar en el mes de febrero, el primer trimestre, en el marco de esa reunión, se pueda dar el Consejo de Ministros de Agricultura de la Alianza Bolivariana para activar todas las iniciativas y acciones del acuerdo que hemos firmado de creación de AgroALBA. Una buena iniciativa. También creo que desde el ALBA, desde la CELAC, desde los movimientos sociales, deberíamos marchar hacia un segundo Congreso Fictiónico latinoamericano-caribeño.
Of Latin America and the Caribbean.
No sé si podrá ser en Panamá.
I don't know if we will be able to hold it in Panama.
¿Quién dice? No sé. Quizás.
I don't know, maybe.
Hay tantas cosas que pasan.
So many things can happen.
Pero lo que sí sé
es que donde lo hagamos, is that wherever we hold it,
un segundo congreso está con mucha fuerza presente el espíritu original, las ideas originales del libertador Simón Bolívar. Así que es una idea maravillosa. Activar todas las fuerzas sociales, culturales, políticas, militares de nuestra América para ir 200 años después con las ideas originales en el siglo XXI a la construcción de la patria grande. Bueno, ya finalizando, anuncio que la declaración especial de reafirmación de los principios, objetivos, compromisos y banderas de lucha del ALBA-TCP a 20 años ha sido consensuada y aprobada de manera unánime. Declaración de principios y compromisos que ratifican el camino iniciado hace 20 años. Igualmente, de manera muy completa, yo le pido a la Secretaría General que haga un gran esfuerzo comunicacional por calles, redes, medios y paredes para que se conozca esta declaración por los 20 años de la fundación del ALBA-TCP, un abrazo que marca el rumbo de nuestra historia, donde se reafirman una cantidad importante de posiciones históricas en el espíritu de los padres fundadores, de las madres fundadoras, aprobada la declaración especial con motivo de los 20 años. Igualmente se está aprobando un comunicado con motivo del bicentenario de la batalla de Ayacucho, que finaliza en este escrito con la arenga que el gran mariscal de Ayacucho diera a las tropas formadas en el campo al frente de las tropas imperiales aquel 9 de diciembre del año 1824, exactamente a las 8 de la mañana, donde le dijera: soldados, de los esfuerzos de hoy depende la suerte de la América del Sur. Otro día de gloria va a coronar vuestra admirable constancia. Soldados, viva el Libertador, viva Bolívar, Salvador del Perú, Antonio José de Sucre. Así culminaba su arenga y así remata el comunicado especial.
And this is the end of the special communique. I would like to conclude this summit, such a very exciting summit after 4 hours, 40 minutes of deliberations and 2 hours of planning work in private. I brought 2 items that have a very special symbolic meaning. There have been ambushes against our right to freedom and independence. There have been and there will be aggressions and attacks against us. But there will also be brave expressions of the people for every hour, day, week, and month of the years to come. The course of our history has been signaled. At my right, dear presidents, I bring you to these ALBA summits, a historic and wonderful item. Admiral Brion, born in Curaçao, hero of our independence, gave this as a gift to Liberator Simon Bolivar in 1820. And since then, he took this saber and it was the original saber that you see that Liberator held to lead the troops on June 24, 1821 in the Carabobo battle for the great triumph in Venezuelan soil that defeated, and he kept it until the day he died, and then he left it to his children. And in one occasion that I went to Zulia, to Maracaibo, I met his grandchildren at the house where General Urdaneta was born, and they told me, President, that was in 1814. They said, this is the victorious saber of Bolivar in Carabobo that was left to us by our great-grandfather, Rafael Urdaneta. Take this so you can lead your battle. And I have kept it in the Miraflores Presidential Palace, and I wanted to bring it here today so you can see it. You can enjoy it. And here, at my left, is the sword that the people of Lima, Peru, in October 1825, gave to the liberator and savior of Peru, Simon Bolivar. This sword was crafted by indigenous Aymara and Quechua peoples under the guidelines of an artisan of the time. Also, he was an Aymara Chungapoma. It was made in gold, silver, and hundreds of small precious stones that were brought by the humble people, by the poor people from the high Andean mountains, from our brothers and sisters of the indigenous peoples. You can see at the handle the face of Atahualpa, the last Inca emperor, victorious here in the Sword of the Liberator. I leave you this beauty here so you can see it and enjoy it in what is left of today. Because 20 years of ALBA synthesized 500 years of resistance, 200 years of Bolivarian offensive, and today we are stronger than ever, more prepared than ever, brothers and sisters, to continue with this victorious offensive for the times, through the roads, and all across the territory of our great Latin America, the Caribbean. This rebellious, live and standing Latin America and the Caribbean. Nobody ever gave us anything for free. We are who we are due to the resistance, the work, the strength, and the talent of our people. And as destiny has written, we will reach the greatness and the glory of a whole continent because we have what it takes. We are the real ones. We are the people standing. We are Fidel, we are Chavez, we are Bolivar, we are Martí. With this, I conclude the historical summit for the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America. Long live ALBA. Long live independence. Long live freedom. Until victory forever. And we say goodbye with music, with poetry, with songs in this very wonderful day, December 14, 2024. Let us listen to this music. Thank you very much, dear brothers and sisters. God bless our people and gives us the greatness of peace and life. Thank you.
Siempre me pregunto, ¿ellos quiénes son? Los que simplemente odian sin tener razón. Porque soy del pueblo, porque pueblo soy, porque yo sí tengo bien clarito a dónde voy.
¿Y quiénes son ellos? Los que hoy me señalan con indiferencia como se les da la gana. No somos distintos, pero nos separan ese despotismo que gobierna sus miradas. Creo que hace falta corazón para amar a la patria, para honrar nuestra nación.
Creo que hace falta corazón para hacer la tregua por la paz y por amor. Venga.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque tu bandera nunca más será volteada por los indolentes que hoy la tienen pisoteada. Pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada,
porque no habrá lluvia ni tormenta huracanada para apagar el sol cuando nos llegue la mañana.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada,
porque tu bandera nunca más será volteada por los indolentes que hoy la tienen pisoteada.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque no habrá lluvia ni tormenta huracanada para apagar el sol cuando nos llegue la mañana.
Ustedes cantando, venga, ustedes cantando, vamos. Ustedes con el coro. ¡Que viva el ALBA! ¡Venga! ¡Suéltale! Eso. ¡Viva Cuba! Llevo la marca en mi hombro izquierdo de la vacuna que me recibió. Ni me preguntaron, pero la pusieron porque era un derecho y una obligación. Y aprendí colores y mapas y letras, la vida al cuadrado, coseno, matriz, seno, examen sobre buenas tardes, pero sí tangente y directrices.
La constante en la circunferencia, pares de teoremas, también decimales. Eurípides, Pitágoras, Arquímedes bailaron changüí con mis marginales,
recitando la tabla sonámbulo. Hay que profe tan buena en sus ángulos, aritmético, elíptico, bárbulo, alfa, gamma, beta, rectángulo.
Que me quiera joder,
ando a la vida,
que me quiere hacer mal,
se va para la vida,
que me quiere explotar, ni aguanto ni pi, ni quiero ni pi.
Y si me viene con bien, te quiero cumplir. Si me vas a ayudar,
mi hermano de pi,
saber respetar y el amor repartir, que este mundo es de pi.
3,14, 3,14, 3,14, 3,14. Ahora los guapos ya saben de leyes, incluso luego de aplicar incisiones, cómo treparse en los procedimientos, cómo aflojar o evitar sanciones. Las prostitutas saben de economía, de urología y de medicamentos, la burocracia de psicología, para poder distender los momentos.
Pero el Parlamento abrió las puertas del armario, comité de poetas por un premio literario. La Radio Nacional fundó el Museo del Estribillo, debajo de la mesa, no meta la cabeza, tienen bien esos bolsillos. Y qué aventurera que se ha puesto la juventud, vaya, vaya. Le da lo mismo Tokio, Barcelona que Moscú.
Tengo un catalejo, con él la luna se ve, Marte se ve, hasta Plutón se ve,
pero el meñique del pie no se me ve.
Tengo un catalejo, cuando lo pongo al revés y no se entiende, lo pongo otra vez en su lugar, porque así es como único se mirar. Tengo un catalejo, con él la luna se ve, Marte se ve, hasta Plutón se ve,
pero el meñique del pie no se me ve.
tengo un catalejo, cuando lo pongo al revés no se entiende, lo pongo otra vez en su lugar, porque así es como único se verá. Yo sé mirar.
We were live to the 24th Summit of the Bolivarian Alternative for the Peoples of Our America, People's Trade Treaty, ALBA-TCP, with all the updates on this paramount event and interventions of the leaders of the member nations and special guests. During this historic summit, the host President Nicolás Maduro assured that the battle for unity is being gained on the streets, social media, and on the consciousness and spirituality of the people. The President also announced that there has been a declaration of the ALBA-TCP countries in support of Palestine, and as of this summit on, Palestine will be part of this mechanism as a permanent special guest. The leaders and nation members also reiterated the call for peace in Haiti and mentioned that the birth of this mechanism in 2004, exactly 20 years ago, with Fidel and Chavez, meant the creation of powerful social and economic missions never seen before, like the multiplication of doctors in all the vulnerable corners of Latin America and the Caribbean, along with other achievements. Ahead of ALBA, there are years and years of work, but also years and years of greater and wider achievements. The host president of this 24th summit of the ALBA-TCP, Nicolás Maduro, concluded the event after announcing the approval of the declaration of the ALBA-TCP for the 20 years of its foundation. During his remarks, President Nicolás Maduro recalled the origins of the ALBA-TCP Foundation, which dates back to the first time Commander Chavez, Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias, traveled to Cuba, which was a dream came true for the Venezuelan leader. And also, he assured that he was amazed by how Fidel Castro Ruz himself was the one who was received in the international airport of Havana at this moment that was the beginning of this integration history of Latin America. As the time went by, they both built the idea to boost processes of unity and mechanism of unity. In this context, the President also assured that this ALBA-TCP will prevail. And in this context, we contact both our special envoys to Caracas, Venezuela, in the framework of Belén de los Santos and Garfield Burford. Hi, both of you. How are you? And what can you share with us?
Good evening to you, Alejandra. Thank you so much for joining us right here live in Caracas, Venezuela. Of course, the delegates are just emerging. My name is Garfield Burford, and with me
is Belén de los Santos, and the 24th summit of the ALBA-TCP has just concluded. The leaders are even just leaving the room as we speak. Both the heads of government and states, member of the ALBA countries, also those states that have been represented in this council as well, and also the regional leaders from social organizations that have come here to this very important summit, and also the 20th anniversary of the mechanism.
Absolutely. Belén, it is a fantastic, it has been hours of discussions, but it has been a crucial summit, a landmark summit here, and what we're seeing now, of course, just ending. In fact, you've just joined us here in Caracas as the meeting has just ended within the last few minutes. And as I said, as Helen said, indicating, as Belén said, indicating that the heads of state and government and their delegations are leaving the room. So if you see a lot of movement behind us, that's what's happening as well. Let's go over, Belén, some of the key points that were discussed. Perhaps we can reduce it to matters of positions and policy proposals. Let's start out with the positions. Alejandro would have mentioned some of them, but just to reiterate for our audiences joining us across the region and beyond, one of those positions was on the state of Palestine.
Exactly, and well, maybe the first thing that we have to say to really bring what has happened here today is that the ALBA mechanism has now one more guest member, a permanent member as a guest, and that is the state of Palestine. So all the leaders, both in the activities before and during the summit, have been mentioning that Palestine is, of course, one of the crucial topics right now, really to understand the geopolitics of this present world.
just the advance of imperialism is hitting all over the global south, but Palestine is its epicenter. And that position against the genocide, against the ongoing genocide in Palestine, in solidarity with the people of Palestine, has been a constant, a permanent announcement from all the leaders. And this summit has the big announcement that Palestine becomes, in this way, a guest member of the ALBA, in a way of showing the permanent solidarity of the mechanism with the state of Palestine.
This is a huge development, momentous development, Alejandro, for the state of Palestine, of course, which has been beleaguered and embattled with what's taking place now in the Middle East, an ongoing humanitarian crisis. And now ALBA showing its strong support and solidarity, not just in words, but in deeds, Belen, because what they have done here at the ALBA 24th Summit, 20 years marking the 20th anniversary of the grouping, is to make Palestine, the state of Palestine, giving it a permanent guest status here among the grouping. Of course, 10 permanent member states, but of course, the state of Palestine now getting that backing, that support, which will be crucial as well. Another key geopolitical issue, Belen, was in relation to Haiti as well.
Exactly. One of the Caribbean nations that has representation in Palestine in the ALBA Summit, even if it's not a member country. So this was one of the crucial topics as well, the expression of solidarity with Haiti, with the situation that the Haitian people is going through. President Maduro was saying how whenever he's been in Haiti, he knows that the Haitian people love the ALBA countries, have a big passion for these countries and for the mechanism as well, a mechanism that ALBA has shown its solidarity with Haiti numerous times in history. And of course, the Haitian people are going through a very difficult time right now. It's one of the biggest humanitarian crises so close to us here in the Caribbean. And that is one of the things that was also mentioned throughout the leaders, the necessity to build up mechanisms of cooperation that really target and help the Haitian people.
As we see more of the delegates emerging from, of course, the room just within the past few minutes. The meeting here has ended, a landmark summit, the 24th Summit of Heads of State and Government of ALBA-TCP, and of course marking today the 20th anniversary of that famous hug. That hug, which was iconic, historic in Havana, Cuba, which laid the foundation and created this grouping, which has now grown to 10 members. As we continue our discussions, Haiti and the state of the commonality, the thing that really brings them together is the fact that the peoples of both areas are suffering immense challenges. In the case of the state of Palestine, ongoing humanitarian crisis, of course, from endless bombardment from the state of Israel, and of course, over 40,000 people dead in Gaza. Of course, they continue to endure hardships in terms of hunger and this absolutely ongoing, plus the threat of continuing threat of diseases as well. So it's a significant challenge. It is almost apocalyptic in terms of crisis that the people of the state of Palestine are facing in Gaza. And of course, in Haiti as well, the gangs continue to dominate Port-au-Prince and its environs, causing displacement, causing hunger, malnutrition. And so the peoples of both areas, the state of Palestine and Haiti, going through an immense challenge. And part of the thrust, part of the focus of the ALBA-TCP grouping is to show solidarity with marginalized peoples who have been facing the challenge from what ALBA-TCP considers to be the hegemony of the West and imperialism, and they essentially are showing their strong support for both the state of Palestine and Haiti.
Exactly, and if you will, as you were saying, both peoples, both the state of Palestine and also Haiti, are suffering the consequence of this world in a state in which the hegemony and also the advance of imperialism are leaving such great damages. And we're talking about the number of casualties. We would also go over the number of displaced, for example, in Haiti, and also among the positions that the leaders of the ALBA-TCP Council just met and just have positioned themselves also regarding the unilateral coercive sanctions that are also another way in which imperialist powers are targeting and influencing the peoples of the world, specifically some countries that are member countries to the ALBA-TCP, that is, for example, Cuba. So the position of the bloc against the unilateral along the debates here in the summit.
And ALBA-TCP raising its voice, letting its position be heard. And by the way, as we reported yesterday, we heard from the Foreign Minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, who says ALBA-TCP must position itself as a powerful actor in the geopolitical space, what with the uncertainty in the geopolitical space. And as Belen indicated, ALBA-TCP letting its voice be heard in the areas of denouncing, condemning the sanctions which have been imposed on Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, what ALBA-TCP sees as unilateral coercive measures, some sort of action in the part of